Good evening. I'm Michael Widmer, moderator for the town of Belmont. We have a quorum this evening for the special town meeting of September 21, 2020. So I officially call the special town meeting to order. I'd like to thank all of the town meeting members for their cooperation in this second town meeting, virtual town meeting. It is no small undertaking, and we appreciate your patience and good humor as we undertake our second town meeting, virtual town meeting. You know, who were members of the town meeting before in June, that we had a very successful town meeting, though with a few glitches. Life being what it is, we'll probably have a few glitches tonight, and I just ask for your patience. I want to give a special thanks to all of the town officials who put this town meeting together, particularly to Ellen Cushman and the staff of the town clerk's office, Dave Petto and the IT staff, Jeff Hansel and the Belmont Media, and the staff of the town administrator, Patrice Garvin. This takes an enormous amount of work, checking, double checking, communications, etc. So it is no small undertaking. And I know all of you are grateful for all of their good work. We now want to go to a test of your voting devices. We know that you tested it before you got on, before the town meeting officially began. But if we can now put up the testing slide and ask people to vote. Is the polls open, Glenn? So please choose 1, 2, or 3 in answer to the question. As you know, your name should turn aqua. The field should turn aqua if you voted successfully. For your information, town meeting members, there's a delay for those who are looking at Belmont Media, and so they're just beginning to vote.
Telephone number 617 ending in 655. Looks like you have your hand up. We'll recognize you. Please speak.
Star 6.
Star
6.
Anyone who's using a telephone, please remember that you can use star 6 to unmute yourself. Looks like 617 ending in 655 has his or her hand raised. Please hit star 6 and let us know what your story is. Mm-hmm. Marian Scally, you have your hand raised. Please unmute yourself if needed and speak up. What's your question? Okay.
She's using too old a version of Zoom. It won't allow you to unmute her.
Looks like we have 201 responses so far.
Shall we continue to leave it open, Ellen?
Hello?
Is that 655 telephone number? Yes. Telephone
No.
number, okay. Is this Donald?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's your question?
I can't seem to get the screen on my computer of how to vote.
Okay, Donald, I'm going to ask you to call one of the technology team numbers that were sent out yesterday, please. They'll be able to
One of
help
those-
you.
One of those 6 numbers,
That's correct.
and
They'll be able to help you out, okay? Thank you.
Thank you all. We now turn to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Test voting.
Pardon me. Let's test the voting. We hadn't completed the process. So here is the result of your voting. So we have more than 200 town meeting members here. And then you recall that we scroll these briefly. They'll be available, the votes, not this, of course, but the official votes in our town meeting will be available in the town clerk's website. Thank you very much. We now go to the pledge. I'll recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We now turn to a special recognition for Fred Paulson. Fred Paulson served for 62 years as a town meeting member. This is obviously an all-time record, probably never to be broken. He decided not to run for re-election, so we want to give a brief recognition to him. I told him that we'd be doing this, and he sent a brief statement, which I would like to read. From Fred. Serving as a town meeting member has been a rewarding part of my life in the Belmont community. Looking back, I can recall both wins and losses at town meetings. In some meetings, it became very prolonged and exciting. I always especially enjoyed the complication of parliamentary procedures. And I continue to be impressed that town meeting members are so well informed and positive. I thank the Precinct 1 citizens who have re-elected me over all these years. And I appreciate having had the opportunity to work with many town officials and committee members and fellow town meeting members. I hope that I have helped to make Belmont the wonderful community it is. Fred, you have more than helped. You've been a real leader in town meeting and in the Belmont community. Kudos to everything you've done. Congratulations and thanks on behalf of the Belmont community. We'll now transition to a moment of silence. During the past year, 2 long-term town meeting members who served Belmont not only in this capacity as town meeting members, but also in other capacities for the town, passed away. Henry Kazarian, who served for 29 years, Penny Schaefer, who served for 38 years. 2 big losses for town meeting and for the town of Belmont. May I please ask for a moment of silence to recognize Henry and Penny. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like now to turn to the details of this evening. The first item of business is to admit individuals and groups to the floor. So I will read the list. The town administrator, department heads and staff, the town clerk staff, town council George Hall, the warrant committee, the capital budget committee, the community preservation committee, the superintendent of schools, school committee and staff, the Belmont Housing Trust, the Belmont Housing Authority, Courtney Eldridge, Wendy Murphy, Allison McMartin, John Dolly, and David Frizzell. Are there any other requests for admission to the floor at this time? Please raise your hand if you have such a request. Seeing none, we'll, through unanimous consent, admit all of these individuals and committees to the floor. Let me briefly review the rules of town meeting. In terms of amendments, no amendments have been filed. Under our rules, the moderator can only accept simple, non-substantive amendments from the floor. Anyone making such a motion should do so first and then explain the rationale. If you explain the rationale first and then make the motion, it would be out of order. Speakers must address the moderator and questions may be asked only through the moderator. I will then direct the question to the appropriate person. Town meeting members can only speak once on a given question until all others who wish to speak for the first time have done so. I ask you to keep your remarks to 3 minutes. And finally, the scope. Discussion must be relevant to the motion before town meeting. In terms of procedures tonight, in a moment, the town clerk will get into more detail, but let me highlight a couple of things. When I open a motion for discussion, town meeting members wishing to speak should raise his or her hand through the raise hand feature. I will recognize you in the order you raise your hand, and Ellen and I will be working together to do this as smoothly as possible. When I recognize you, please unmute the audio and state your name and precinct. The meeting is being recorded, and the court reporter will be preparing a transcript. So please speak clearly and slowly. All votes will be by roll call, except in a couple of instances when I will ask for unanimous consent. We will show the voting results briefly, as we've already done in the test, during the meeting, and these will be available online through the town clerk's office in the coming days. Finally, I want to say that my plan, if this works out, would be to cover Articles 1 through 8 tonight. And then Articles 9 and 10, McLean and Civil Service, on Wednesday night. If we can do that, we will obviously have completed town meeting in 2 nights and will not need the 3rd night. So I hope we're able to achieve that. Now let me turn to our town clerk, who will provide more details for tonight's meeting. She'll swear in town meeting members, and then she'll read the warrant. And let me congratulate all of the new town meeting members. Ellen?
Hi, everyone. Moderator Mike Widmer has asked me to review a few key points regarding the technology in use for tonight's virtual town meeting. Town meeting members, presenters, and some town employees are the only people in the Zoom webinar. Members of the public are welcome to watch on www.belmontmedia.org or on community access television stations, Channel 8 or Channel 28, depending on your vendor. The town meeting is being televised on Belmont Media. For town meeting members voting at home who are watching the cable television broadcast, there may be a slight delay in what you see on television, but your Turning Point app will open at the same time as everyone else. We'll be watching for that delay. Town meeting members should have already set up their Turning Point accounts. Turning Point is the only way to be given attendance credit and to vote tonight. Town meeting members needing technical support during the town meeting should call the technology team at the telephone numbers provided in my email that I sent yesterday morning. We all ask town meeting members to vote only after the moderator has declared that the polling is open. Please vote as soon as you can, once that little red bar in the corner turns green that says the polls are open. The moderator will give a fair warning when polling is about to close. In the event you cannot get your Turning Point account to record your vote, you should utilize the emergency vote team at the telephone numbers that we've provided to you in my email, again, the same one from Sunday morning. Town meeting members will not be able to share video. Everyone should be on mute whenever not actively speaking to town meeting to avoid background noise distractions for the 300 people on the call. Town meeting members who want to speak should raise their hand, which is located on the bottom toolbar for Zoom. If you hover over that area of your screen, and then will be recognized by the moderator. As Mike said, he will recognize people to speak in the order in which their hands were raised. When the moderator invites you by name to speak, please unmute yourself. The microphone again appears in the bottom left, and identify yourself by name and your precinct, just like when you're at the microphone at town meeting. If you're dialed into Zoom using the telephone number, please press *9 to raise your hand, and *6 will unmute you once you are enabled by the host. Town meeting members who wish to make a point of order must use the Q&A button located also on the bottom toolbar by typing "point of order only." A staff person from the town clerk's office will inform the moderator that you have a point of order, and then the moderator will call on you to speak. If you do not have a microphone on your computer and are not using a telephone to dial in, please use the Q&A on the bottom toolbar. Again, type your name, precinct, and your question or comment. A member of the town meeting team will let you know the name of the person who will be acting as your proxy in the meeting. Listen for the moderator to recognize that person, who will then read your question and your name and precinct or comment exactly as you have typed it. Finally, if the moderator asks for unanimous consent and you choose not to give it, you must immediately raise your hand using the function I've described, or the Q&A function, to get the attention of the moderator before you move on to the next item. Mr. Moderator, would it be all right now if we go to the oath?
Yes, please.
Great. For those town meeting members who were elected, congratulations from June of 2020. Most of the ones who were just elected for the first time have appeared in person at my office, and I thank you for doing so. There is a vast number of you who were re-elected, and this is an opportunity for you to acknowledge that you affirm and accept the oath. For the oaths of office for town meeting members, do you solemnly affirm that you will uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the bylaws of the town of Belmont, and you will impartially perform the duties of town meeting member to which you have been duly elected, keeping uppermost in your mind what is best for the town of Belmont and its inhabitants. Glenn, would you please advance the next slide? If you are a person who was just elected and you accept the oath, would you please push number 1 on your turning point device? And now the polling is open. If you were serving and continuing to serve, there's really no need to touch the button. We're hoping only for the people who are newly elected or re-elected. And we'll just give this about a minute. Thank you. We have 55 responses so far. We're just going to wait another 30 seconds or so.
It's not updated. There we go.
We are at 70. I think we'll go to a countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I thank you very much. Glenn, please close polling. Great. Mr. Moderator, may I do the return of the warrant?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of those people. We will record your oath acceptance. Mr. Moderator, pursuant to the warrant for the annual town meeting to be held on September 21, 2020, I, Ellen O'Brien Cushman, Town Clerk, do hereby certify that I gave notice of said meeting by posting an attested copy of the warrant and the moderator letter to the Select Board requesting the town meeting be held by remote participation on the town clerk's official bulletin board in the town hall, on the website, and at least 5 other places in town 14 days before the meet date of this meeting, in accordance with Chapter 39, Section 10 of the general laws, and Section 30-110A of the general bylaws of the town of Belmont. Furthermore, I do hereby certify that I gave notice of the special town meeting of September 21, 2020 by causing a copy of the warrant and the moderator letter to the Select Board requesting the town meeting be held by remote participation to be sent to the town meeting members at least 14 days before the date of this meeting, and by causing copies of the warrant to be made available at the public library website and the town clerk's office and on the town website, all in accordance with Section 30-110B of the Belmont General Bylaws and the Representative Town Meeting Acts of 1926 as amended.
Thank you, Ellen. We now go to the business of town meeting, and we'll begin with a preliminary motion that I will read. Moved that the town meeting continue to meet and act on all matters on the warrant for this annual town meeting by means of the video and audio conferencing and voting technologies described in the moderator's August 17, 2020 letter to the Select Board posted with the warrant. This is a requirement, this motion before town meeting, of the legislation that allowed us, the town of Belmont and other towns, to meet remotely. So this is for the record, and I want to make sure we have an official vote. So Glenn, can we go to the voting on this motion? Vote yes in favor, no opposed, abstain. Polling is now open. I apologize, town meeting members. We noticed that the slide here talked about the annual town meeting. And obviously this is the special town meeting. So if we go back to the slide, I'm going to correct it. That the town meeting continue to meet and act on all matters on the warrant of this town meeting. Excuse me, I'm just looking here. Is this this is the motion, Glenn?
That's the motion.
Okay, fine. That the town meeting continue to meet and act on all matters on the warrant for this special town meeting by means of the video and audio conferencing and voting technologies described in the moderator's August 17, 2020 letter to the select board posted with the warrant. So that is the corrected motion. Thank you for your indulgence. If you would now vote, Glenn, would you open the polls, please? The polls are open, so if you'd cast your vote again. Thank you very much. Maybe 10 seconds. All right, Glenn, do you want to close the polls and post the results? So the final tally is 226 in favor, no one opposed or abstained. Thank you very much. We now go to the order of, oh, excuse me, we show very briefly the votes, but obviously there's no difference since it was unanimous. All right, thank you, Glenn. We'll now turn to the order of the articles. As you've been informed, the town meeting will hear the motions in the following order, 1 through 10. We'll now go to Article 1. We need a motion there, Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board. Article 1 moved that Article 1 be taken from the table. Oh, sorry. Moved that the annual report be accepted and that the written and video reports to town meeting be accepted and made a part of the record of this town meeting.
I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on this motion. If anybody objects, please raise your hand. There's an objection. So we will then proceed to a vote under Article 1. Do you have the vote? Mr. McNamara, we'll unmute you, and could you explain your objection?
Yeah, sorry. I just noticed it says annual. Shouldn't it be special report? Or the thing concerning that it's the special town meeting? I wasn't sure. That's all I wanted to say, just point of order.
Oh, great. Thank you. No, this is the annual report being accepted. So this is correct. Is that sufficient, Mr. McNamara?
Sorry, yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we now proceed to reports under Article 1. And we begin with Anne Marie Mahoney. She's chair of the DPW Police Department Building Committee. She and her building committee have done an absolutely sensational job. So she will say a couple of words and introduce Steve Rosales, a member of the committee, who will show a 10-minute video. Following this, we'll hear a brief update from the chair of the select board, Roy Epstein, on the finances of the town. Those will be the two reports under Article 1. Ms. Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Anne Marie Mahoney, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1, and Chair of the DPW Belmont Police Department Building Committee. Town meeting members, we begin town meeting with a treat for you tonight. To celebrate the completion of the renovations to the DPW, unfortunately, we cannot invite you to a ribbon cutting, an open house, and a piece of cake, but we do offer you a video tour instead tonight. As the chair of the building committee, I am eternally grateful to our very talented and dedicated building committee members, Fitzy Cowing, Roy Epstein, Anthony Ferrante, Rich McLaughlin, Steve Rosales, Judith Sarno, Bill Shea, and Mike Smith. We celebrate the work of architect Ted Galante and the oversight of Tom Gatsunas, Megan McCallan, and John Lebica, our OPM team. We deeply appreciate the partnership of Mike Santoro, Jay Marcotte, and all the employees at the DPW. This project was completed on budget without a debt exclusion, and it looks really great. Before I turn it over to the video created by Steve Rosales, Mike Santoro, and the folks at Belmont Media, let me add an update on the police station project. Despite the pandemic and a number of large unexpected issues on the site, we are reasonably on time and within our original budget. The addition and renovation are coming out beautifully, especially the historic preservation of the exterior of the original building. We are pleased with all the work that has been accomplished, and particularly with the cooperative spirit among all of the parties, especially the town departments and committees, to make this happen. We expect to finish the police station by the end of the calendar year and be able to spend the winter moving back into the facility. In the early spring, we will complete the landscaping and hopefully be able to host a ribbon cutting, an open house, and cake for all of you. Thank you very much for your support and your enthusiasm. You are going to be totally psyched when you get to tour both facilities in person. Take it away, Glenn.
Hi, I'm Steve Rosales, and with me today is Mike Santoro, the Assistant Director of the Belmont Department of Public Works, and we are here at the newly renovated DPW building. And we're going to give you a peek inside as to what taxpayers' money is paid for in this newly renovated portion of the building. Wow, so just inside the front door, I see a major difference already.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is newly painted walls, and then you're coming into the part where we have the new offices, check-in room, which we'll call is going to be our main part of the operation. Everything now here is a card access, which you see I'm going to run through here for security reasons.
Okay, Mike, this used to be the lunchroom, right?
This was the lunchroom. The lunchroom went up to as far as right about here. And then from here over was the foreman's office. Much more room, much more area for our supervisors to be at. Computer access right at our beck and call. We have the television here, we can get our weather to get at.
Oh, this is nice, Mike.
Yep, so this is the new foreman's office, which used to be off the old lunchroom, which we were just in the new check-in room.
That used to be the catwalk, go up the stairs in that tiny little room.
Exactly. So now we're in what used to be the basement. So this is, like I said, the foreman's office. They all now have their own workstation, which is excellent. They all have their own, phone, computer station, workstation. They have a nice printer now so they can print all the reports, any work orders that they have to do. Nice charging area for their small hand tool equipment.
Okay, so we're here now in sort of the main garage. Boy, this certainly has a new look. It's not a total rebuild. The building still needs to be addressed because it's still an old building. But what we've done here really is sort of taken it up to the next level.
No, Steve, you're correct. But this building does need to be replaced. And I know everybody knows that. And what you're going to see looks great and it's fantastic, but it's only to get us to buy us some time. Please remember, this building needs to be replaced. Off to your right here is a new utility closet. This is just basically a nice janitor's closet. Okay, so we're going to go into the supervisor's office. This office is for my operations manager, Mr. Bemis. I also have a desk in here that when I come here in the morning first thing. So now this gives us a private space. So if we have to have any meetings with, other department heads, outside vendors, personal matters with staff. So the two monitors that you see up here are for the security system in the building. It'll monitor the cameras around the buildings, lets us know who's trying to get in. This is basically your new addition. We're in the hallway, so we've got a lot of different places we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the new break room, laundry facility, briefing room, and locker rooms.
So, Mike, the new kitchen. The old kitchen had hand-me-down cabinetry and appliances that you literally picked out of the trash, did it not?
Exactly.
Kind of was embarrassing, I'm sorry, but that's what you dealt with. But
It was.
tell us about this. This must be great.
So this is the new kitchen. Fantastic. Now it can seat everybody in the highway department, highway division when
For
they're
lunch.
for lunch. Again, you can tell it's centrally air conditioned, which is nice. The appliances are all up to date and they work, which is a plus. And it's just a comfortable place for the guys to come in for their break and for their lunch. It's incredible. I mean, you can see Jeremy's panning through here. It's great. Television for them to watch the news or weather or whatever they need to be watching. It's great. I can't say enough about it.
Well, it's September now. I would imagine this will really be of much better use during those 48, 72 hours when they're out plowing the streets, when the snows come. They must have a morale boost.
Oh, 100 times. The morale is incredible with this whole new setup.
After a long day of, working in the ditches and doing water or sewer repair, just dirty work, men and women have to go home and wash their stuff at home. Here they have.
Now we've got a new laundry set up. So 2 washers. And what we've tried to do with the washers is if they come in with real soiled stuff, real bad, we use this machine for the real bad stuff. If it's just that they've come out of the shower and it's just regular clothes, we kind of use that machine and then the dryer in the middle. Like the other ones used to be in the middle of the garage, so you had to go like way away from where you would actually need it. And now that we have the proper facilities, shower facilities, it's just so much nicer that it's so close and easy.
Nobody in here, right?
Hello?
Locker room.
So we're in the female locker room.
These new lockers, these are fancy lockers, but they look great.
These are great lockers. They're set up for cell phone capability. There's a plug in the locker. There's a personal spot that you can put your wallet or anything personal you want, and you can put your own lock on it. There's a drawer in here to put anything, you know, that you want to put in. There's a drawer below here or anything. Just a great locker.
That looks like where you put your boots.
Boots or anything like that. It's got a nice tray in the bottom. You know, you can hang all your gear, your raincoats, all the stuff that you're given. Just a great asset for the employees. We have 2 showers, one handicap accessible and a regular shower, which is, again, probably one of the best improvements we made here in both the male and the female side. We never had showers available to the employees. There were
No showers previously, right?
no showers previously.
No shower facility,
Nothing.
crummy laundry facility, lousy bathroom facility.
So this is their locker room.
Just a curtain.
And these curtains are put up, we had these curtains put up because there's a wash bay over here.
That's where we wash the snow fighters.
We have to wash the trucks over there in the wintertime. So we wash the trucks over there in the wintertime. We had to put the screen up so the guys wouldn't get soaking wet. We're gonna go into the male locker room now. Same lockers as we showed in the female locker room. A little bit differently in here, a little bit more shower. We have 1 handicap and 3 regular showers. This is one of the biggest improvements, and the staff appreciates this. This is a big thing. We're going to be going into the briefing/training room. Good thing about this is we've never had an area where we could bring our employees in DPW-wide to conduct any training type courses or just to sit down and have a talk session. So this now allows us to have an area to do that. This also allows the town to have another area where they could have a meeting if they want to have.
Well, this is certainly modern.
Back to the Capital Budget Committee again, they gave us the proper type of tables to have for a briefing room, training room. Our IT department has set this room up so that if somebody comes in, they can just plug in their computer and go right to and they can use the smart TV and it'll just come up right on there. We're going to show you storage rooms.
So we did some sprinkler repair, we did some hot water repair, we did some heating repair or replacement.
Yep, I mean,
And, plus security.
yep. So what you're seeing is obviously the back part of the addition. You're seeing a little patio area.
I gotta say, it took a lot of effort by a lot of people, a lot of volunteer hours. I think it's a great credit to the town, for the taxpayers. It was done on budget, did all this on budget. And some great contributions by Mike Santoro, Jay Marcotte, and the staff to put it all together. Cooperation of the rest of the town officials and the town meeting, of course, who approved the money for this much-needed project. So we'll have a ribbon cutting at some point when the pandemic ends and we can all meet without these masks. But until then, we wanted to give you a little peek to see what your tax dollars did and what became of it. So we thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Anne Marie, very much on behalf of the town. I want to remind, did you have any further comments?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
You.
Thank you so much. I want to remind town meeting members that there are no questions under Article 1. Article 1 are just reports. If you have questions, and apparently a few of you do, you can email Ms. Mahoney and she'll respond, or direct your questions to someone who can respond. The second report under Article 1 tonight is by Roy Epstein, who's chair of the select board, and this will be a brief update on the town's fiscal outlook. Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you again, Steve. People may not even know that when work started on the DPW building, they barely had windows. So it's just a tremendous achievement to bring the building up to the state that it's in now. I wanted to just give you all a very brief update on what to expect this fiscal year and next, let's go to the next slide. So we are currently in fiscal 21. And as you recall, in June, we adopted a balanced budget that reflected some pretty significant cuts from the prior year, fiscal 20. And that was because in light of the whole COVID situation, we were expecting a significant reduction in state aid and a significant reduction in what we call local receipts, which are things like motor vehicle excise taxes, restaurant meal taxes, and that sort of thing. Because the town has to have a balanced budget. That is a requirement. After June, the select board, working with the financial task force and other groups in town, decided to put an override on the ballot for November. And what happened was that that decision was made, I believe, on July 23rd. And very shortly afterwards, there was an announcement by Governor Baker that was unexpected, that the reduction in state aid for this current fiscal year would not be as large as expected. And in fact, the governor and his team indicated that state aid for the current year would be at or pretty close to the level that it had been in the year before in fiscal 20, and that the Chapter 70 education money would remain at level funding. That was all very good news. The only issue at this point is that we actually haven't received any money yet. That will happen in all likelihood. I would be extremely surprised if the governor didn't make good on such a major promise, but it requires action by the legislature, and that may happen in October. It hasn't happened yet. We haven't received any cash. One consequence of that is that even if there is state aid in fiscal 21 that was not expected, we are unlikely to be able to spend it in fiscal 21 because the budget has already been adopted by town meeting. The budgets have been developed by the departments. And to increase expenditure in 21, the budgets would have to be revised and come back to town meeting again. And I think it's very unlikely that would happen now that the fiscal year is so far along. But hopefully we will get the money before the end of this calendar year. Next slide. The override that we had planned to put on the budget in November was rescinded by a select board vote after the announcement by the governor of this restoration of state aid for fiscal 21. And the reason for that is that it introduced suddenly a great deal of uncertainty about what state aid would be for fiscal 22, which would be the year of the effective year of the override. Because the state aid is some millions of dollars, it has a material effect on the size of the override that the select board would recommend. And at this point, there is a good deal of uncertainty now about what the expectations should be for state aid in fiscal 22. And I think it's likely, though there has not been a definitive decision at this point, to take whatever additional state aid becomes available for fiscal 21 and save it for fiscal 22, and thereby also reduce the magnitude of the override request. Whether or not there's an override on the April 21 town election ballot is something the select board will decide next spring. In all likelihood, there would be an override request, but exactly what the amount would be is not decided at present because the uncertainty that existed last August is still with us, and we are working on the best way to forecast our requirements for next year, and we'll work that out by next spring. Next slide. So, of course, most people would be asking, how large is this override going to be? And we cannot give a definitive answer to that. There are many factors that go into this question. For example, what will be the likely amount of state aid, not just for fiscal 22, but for years beyond, because it may be that this override has got to last us for several years. There's questions about the magnitude of what we call new growth. That's to say the additional property tax that comes about because of new construction in town. It's still too early to tell what the effect of the economic disruptions caused by COVID will have on building in Belmont and the implications for new growth. The other revenue line here refers to, again, to motor vehicle excise taxes and restaurant taxes. There will probably be restoration in those line items, but exactly how much compared, say, to last year, which was a normal year, it's too early to tell. We will be working at the same time on cost projections on the school and the town side. We'll have certification of free cash later this fall. There will be a stabilization fund balance, I expect, from banking the additional state aid for fiscal 21. But then the town has a big decision to make. If you followed the override discussions through the summer, the focus became something called a minimal level service budget. But the minimal level service budget, I would say, is pretty minimal. It just funds certain things and does not fund additional things that the town may find desirable. It's going to take a lot of discussion to collectively arrive at what type of service level we want in a post-override environment. In addition, the size of the override will depend on how our union contract negotiations go, because both the town and the union contracts ran out on June 30th, this past June 30th, and they're in the process of being renegotiated. And there's a lot of focus on structural reforms to deliver town services more efficiently and thereby reduce the size of the override necessary for any service level that we choose. And a lot of different groups are all working on this: the Select Board, School Department, Town Administrator, Financial Task Force 2, and the Warrant Committee, and input from the public to come up with the best override amount. Next slide. The FY22 budget is going to be complicated. It's a situation that arose also a couple of years ago, because we need to start the next fiscal year with a budget. But that budget, we will need a budget for a scenario where an override passes and all of the revenue and expense that is implied by that. And we need an alternative budget in the event the override doesn't pass. The non-override budget would reflect revenues that would be millions of dollars less. And as a result, because the budget has to be balanced, the non-override budget would require reductions in millions of dollars of services. So that's a big question the town has to grapple with. Ultimately, that budget is going to depend on what voters decide, assuming that there's on the override that we plan for April 21, and the budget that town meeting members adopt in the annual town meeting in June 2021. So it's going to be a busy and eventful year, and that's my update.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. Let's now turn to the motion under Article 1. Mr. Epstein.
Thank you. Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board, moved that Article 1 be laid on the table.
I will ask for unanimous consent, the motion that Article 1 be laid on the table. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Article 1, the motion is unanimously adopted. We'll now turn to Article 2. Article 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 2, adopting a public way, Carlton Circle. Moved that the town accept Carlton Circle as a public way, as laid out by the Select Board and as shown on a plan entitled Carlton Circle Street Acceptance Plan in Belmont, Massachusetts, prepared by the town engineer, dated March 2nd, 2020, and on file with the town clerk, and to authorize the Select Board to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain such land and easements for the creation, maintenance, and operation of a public way, including but not limited to easements for access, grading, drainage, sloping, construction, and utilities in all or any portions of such way and the parcels on such way.
Mr. Epstein, let me interrupt you and just report, as I'm going to do on each of these motions to simplify matters. The Select Board and the Warrant Committee both have voted unanimously in support of this motion. Back to you, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you. So let me summarize this article in a nutshell. Carlton Circle, as I'm sure most of you know, is a street that comes off of Common Street in between Belmont Center and Trapello Road. And it had been a private way, I believe, since Carlton Circle was first laid out. This is the first time in many years that a private way is up to be accepted as a public way. And the main issue to do that, apart from meeting certain dimensional requirements, is that the street meet various standards, basically to be in good condition. That's been difficult for private ways to achieve historically, but we were fortunate in this case that National Grid repaved Carlton Circle as compensation for using that space as a laydown area when they were working on Common Street in the last year or two. And that made it possible for the residents of Carlton Circle, with the contribution of a small amount of additional money, to make the road eligible for acceptance of a public way. And that's how it made its way to the public meeting, to the town meeting this year. But Mr. Widmer, at a convenient moment, I'd ask you to have Glenn Clancy explain what's going on with Carlton Circle in a little more detail, so town meeting members have a better understanding.
Yes, of course. Mr. Clancy?
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. Good evening. I just want to start real quick with a bit of trivia to sort of frame what's happening here with Article 2. There are 18 town meeting members here in 2020 that were also town meeting members back in 1983. And I know this because I was able to have Ellen Cushman do some research with her database of town meeting members, and was able to discover that there are 18 members that were here not only this evening, but also in 1983. The relevance to Article 2 this evening is on May 2nd, 1983, that is the last time town meeting accepted a private way as a public way. For those of you interested, it was Middlecott Street between Cowden Street and Cross Street. There has not been a road brought to town meeting for acceptance, based on my research, since May of 1983. Further information on private ways in Belmont: there are 48 private ways in Belmont right now. In addition, there are 23 other roads that have some segment of that roadway that is also private. These private ways receive most of the services that public ways receive. Trash is picked up, snow is plowed. There is routine maintenance done, minor maintenance done on pothole repairs and things of that nature. As time has gone on, primarily because of the expense that has to be borne by the abutters on these private ways, it has become impossible virtually for the abutters to come to consensus on supporting a petition to town meeting, which is the reason why it's so unique what we're doing here this evening. There are 9 abutters on Carlton Circle. As Roy mentioned, they benefited greatly by National Grid repairing the road for them. National Grid used Carlton Circle as a laydown area and a staging area when they were doing the gas main work on Common Street. And they did such significant damage to the road that they ultimately agreed to repave the road. The town stepped in at that point and said, there's an opportunity here perhaps for the abutters to petition to have the road accepted as a public way. And so we made sure that the restoration done by National Grid met the town standards. It did. The only thing that was outstanding in terms of town standard was some repair required on the sidewalk. Jay Marcotte and Michael Santoro and DPW took over from there, met with the abutters, came to an agreement on what the cost of those sidewalk repairs would be. The abutters have made the upfront payment that's necessary to cover the cost of the sidewalk. Because we're talking about such a low amount of money here, the sidewalk repair was somewhere in total of around $12,000, which broke out to about $1,420 per abutter. It was not necessary, as you find often in a street acceptance situation. It was not required in this case to have a betterment process where that cost was spread out over a 10, 15, or 20-year period of time. The amount of money was so low. Patrice Garvin, the town administrator, stepped in at that point and said, instead of burdening town staff with the administration of a process that can go on for several years, if the abutters are in agreement, let's make that payment up front. Let's wrap this thing up quickly. Everyone was in agreement to do that. And so, so we're here this evening with a petition before town meeting. The one thing I'd like town meeting to understand is once the road is accepted as a public way, it then falls in with all the other public roadways in the town of Belmont, and eventually will require maintenance again. When I do my budgeting for road reconstruction and road repair, I budget neighborhood roads with a 20-year life cycle. So what I'm saying to town meeting this evening is that the town can probably expect somewhere 20 years or so from now to have to repave Carlton Circle again.
Thank you, Mr. Clancy. We are now open for discussion on the motion under Article 2. If you wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature. Jean Mooney, please unmute yourself and state your name and precinct.
Hi, Jean Mooney, town meeting member, precinct 6. I had asked a question at the warrant discussion night about whether or not the improvements to the street and accepting it as a public way would impact the assessments of the homes there. So I wondered if an answer was received about that.
Yep. So Mr. Moderator, Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. Gene, I did follow up with Dan Dargan, the assessing administrator. There's sort of an indirect benefit. So the assessor's office does not go out when a road is reconstructed and change the assessed value of the property at that time. However, they believe that what happens is as properties turn over in sales, the final sale value of the property is reflected, of the final sale of the property, the value is reflected with several factors, one of which they believe is the condition of the roadway and sort of the general condition of the streetscape. So they feel like there is sort of on the back end of that process, a benefit or some kind of an impact to assess value, but it's not something that's done immediately upon the reconstruction of the road.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That answers my question. Appreciate it.
Excellent.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney and Mr. Clancy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote under Article 2. Glenn, if you want to put up the voting slide. So now are the polls open? No, they're not quite open. The polls are now open, so vote yes if you approve, no if you don't, or abstain if you wish to abstain. Once again, when the voting's done, we'll quickly go through the how everyone voted, but it's available through the town clerk's office online. take just a few more seconds here, although I want to make sure that people at Belmont Media have a chance. As I explained, there's a slight delay with the Belmont Media. So if somebody's watching there, they won't get to vote until they see that the polls are open. We do have one emergency vote. Those of you remember at the June 16 town meeting, we have an arrangement where if somebody can't vote, he or she can call in. So let's close the polls now, but and post the vote, and then I'll call on Ms. Cushman. So the final vote is 236 in favor, 2 opposed. And Ellen, do you have an emergency vote?
I do, Mr. Moderator. Carolyn Bishop of Precinct 1 has voted yes in favor on Article 2. And that will be added if there is no electronic vote recorded for her.
Thank you. So if that's the case, the final vote would be 237 in favor and 2 opposed. We'll quickly scroll through the voting here. Go ahead, Glenn.
So voting is closed. They just got another vote. Take it right.
We have another emergency vote, so I will call on Ellen, Town Clerk.
Mr. Moderator, we've received an emergency vote from Mary Stearns, who is in Precinct 3, has voted yes on Article 2. And again, if her vote is not recorded electronically, I ask that it would be added to the total.
Thank you. So the final total is 238 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions. Thank you. We now turn to Article 3. Mr. Epstein. You need to unmute yourself, Roy.
My goodness. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 3, authorization for temporary easements, Wellington Elementary School Safe Routes to School project. Moved that the town authorize the select board to acquire by voluntary conveyance, purchase, or eminent domain temporary and permanent easements over those properties identified on sheet 2 of the plans titled Preliminary Right-of-Way Plan prepared by TEC Engineer Corporation dated June 3rd, 2020. Said easements to include the areas shown on said plans, which may be modified as the select board deems necessary and appropriate. And that the select board be further authorized to expend from Chapter 90 funds or amounts previously appropriated for pavement management a sum of up to $100,000 in the aggregate to acquire said easement.
And the votes, Select Board and the Warrant Committee support this motion unanimously. Mr. Epstein.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. This project is complicated enough that I would again ask you to call upon Mr. Clancy to give an explanation.
Yes, of course. Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Moderator, Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. Folks, I'm going to give you some quick background on the project and the development of it before I get to the substance of the article. In 2014, several Belmont volunteers interested in improving pedestrian access and mobility to the Wellington Elementary School submitted an assessment request to Mass DOT through their Safe Routes to School program. This was a competitive process. There were actually a couple of schools in Belmont that submitted. an application along with, interested groups in other communities. The application was ultimately accepted and the school was chosen for an assessment. And Mass DOT did the assessment in 2013. Ultimately, Mass DOT chose to fund improvements at the school and a project was developed. The project is essentially implementing the recommendations that came out of the assessment that was done by Mass DOT. Mass DOT uses state and federal funds to pay for the project. Right now, the current estimate of the project is $1.5 to $1.6 million. The limit of work is the intersection of Common Street at Waverly Street and School Street, and then the sidewalk coming in along School Street on both sides up to and including the frontage of the Wellington Elementary School. Mass DOT pays for the consultant to do the design. They're also within the scope of this work. They are upgrading the signals at the intersection. They are changing some of the geometry of the corners in that intersection to make crossings shorter in distance for pedestrians. There's also construction of a shared use path on the school / St. Joseph side of School Street. That'll be a wider sidewalk, very much along the lines, if you're familiar with what we did on Underwood Street at the near the high school. We widened out the sidewalk to allow for bicycles and pedestrians to share the sidewalk. And so the same concept is being implemented here along St. Joseph's and the Wellington School. Across the street on School Street, that sidewalk will be narrowed a little bit because if you're widening the sidewalk on one side, you have to get that space from somewhere, that room. And that is what is, there's a narrowing of the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. That narrowing, by the way, will result in the elimination of 2 public shade trees. This was a question that came up during one of the events in the last couple of weeks. I double checked on that. So the sacrifice of narrowing the sidewalk opposite of the school is the loss of 2 public shade trees. The trade-off, of course, being a wider sidewalk along the school and along St. Joseph's to accommodate bicycles and pedestrians. Mass DOT intends to advertise the project for construction in 2021. And so that brings us to the purpose of the article this evening. Prior to advertising the project for construction, the town of Belmont is responsible for acquiring the right to access parcels of all the abutting property owners. This right of access comes in the form of temporary easements. The access is required in order to allow construction workers to install the forms for the new sidewalks and also to allow the contractor to make any repairs along the new sidewalk, to blend in driveways to the new sidewalk, or maybe to touch up a front lawn that was disturbed when the forming of the sidewalk was done. It's important to note no new elements are being proposed on private property. The sidewalks being constructed are being constructed within the existing public right-of-way. There are no permanent takings required for the sidewalks to be constructed. These are temporary easements to allow for temporary access, as I said, to basically allow contractors to access private property to make these necessary repairs as the project moves forward. The right of access does not give the contractor the right to park vehicles or stage equipment and materials on private property. None of that is included or contemplated in the temporary easements. There are a total of 9 temporary easements that are required, and there is 1 permanent easement. The permanent easement is a corner property. The property, one of the properties at the corner of Cottage Street and School Street has overhead wires that run along, they clip sort of the corner of the private property, and Mass DOT, with guidance from Federal Highway, requires a municipality to get a permanent easement because that overhead wiring is technically encroaching on the private property. So that is the 1 permanent easement that's necessary as a utility easement. The other 9 easements are temporary in nature. To date, I have received 3 signed rights of access from abutters, which means they have granted permission to the town, and there's no additional financial burden on the town because of those 3 property owners. So we're down to potentially 6, and then the permanent easement that we have to account for in the process. And that process is that the town is required to hire an appraiser, actually hire 2 appraisers. There's the original appraiser who appraises the cost of the impact of this temporary easement, and then we're required to have what they call a review appraiser, which is like a peer review of the original appraisal. Anyone who does not consent to give the town the access has the right to ask for an appraisal, and then has the right to be compensated once the appraisal is complete. The $100,000 that is cited in the article this evening is intended to cover the potential cost of paying for the appraisers, paying for any compensation that's necessary, and to also cover any legal fees that are required for title work that has to be done with filing of these easements at the Registry of Deeds. The temporary easements are for a 3-year period. Mass DOT insists on a 3-year period because they want to ensure that they have the easements in place long enough for them to get the project done. And just to show you that their concern is a valid one, we have people, as I said, have already returned their consent to the town in August. Really, I got a couple in August. So in August of 2020, we have assigned consent. This project likely is not going to get started until sometime in the summer of 21. So really, by the time the contractors roll into town and begin doing the work, at least 9 months will have already elapsed under that 3-year period that has been dedicated for the temporary easement. So you can see why Mass DOT wants to play it safe with that period of time that they use for 3 years. We're citing Chapter 90 funds and pavement management funds because we know that we have the money in both of those accounts should we need one or both of those sources to cover the cost. $100,000, I believe, is a high number based on the appraisals that we had to do on residential property during the Belmont Street to Pello Road corridor project. I think $100,000 is more than enough, and that is certainly the hope. The reason that we have put a somewhat high figure attached to the article this evening is because of the timing of which Mass DOT wants to bid this project. We didn't feel there would be the ability to come back to town meeting next spring if we came up short. And so we're playing it safe, but it is my fervent hope that we don't come anywhere near ultimately spending that $100,000. And if we don't, that money just stays in the Chapter 90 accounts, it stays in the pavement management account, and it is spent for other road construction type projects.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Clancy. Mr. McGaugh has correctly pointed out that in the last word of this motion, it says easement singular. It should be easements plural. So I will accept that as an amendment with unanimous consent of town meeting. We are now open for discussion of the motion
Mr.
under.
Moderator, could I
Yes,
ask
Mr. Epstein.
Mr. Clancy to clarify one more point?
Yes.
There is a possibility called a certificate of donation with this project. Could you explain what that is, please?
Mr. Clancy.
Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. Roy, the certificate of donation is the approval that I was mentioning earlier that we have received already from 3 property owners. What I really should have said if I wanted to get straight on technical with this process is they have agreed to sign the certificate of donation, which is their way of granting permission to Mass DOT and their contractor to access their property to make the necessary repairs should repairs become necessary.
Yeah, and I take it that option is always available to the homeowner?
It is. We are instructed by Federal Highway to make sure that we adequately explain to the abutters that they have a right to an appraisal. They have a right to sign a certificate of donation as well. We are not to cajole them or otherwise direct them towards either one of those options. We are only to inform and educate and allow the property owners to make the final determination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clancy. Open to discussion now. Mr. Pixelingus, I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering your name. Please come to the microphone.
This is Aaron Pixelingus, town meeting member precinct 6. Don't worry about my name. It always happens because of the K. And then
my apologies.
Oh, no worries. I'm just rising to support this project. I think it's a really great project. We should use the funds that have been given to us from the state for a project like this. I think the design is beautiful. And I think it will be a great improvement to the access to school for both pedestrian and bicycle access. So thank you very much for everyone's hard work on this. I really appreciate it. And please vote yes.
Thank you. Lucia Gates is next in line. Miss Gates.
This is Lucia Gates, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4 and Chairman of the Town Shade Tree Committee. I have a question for Glenn Clancy. If I understood you correctly, 2 mature trees will be removed during this process? And I'm asking if you have included replacement of the trees in your plans.
Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Moderator, Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. That is correct. Listen, I can't speak to the condition of the trees. They are certainly mature trees, yes. I can't speak to the condition of them. As far as I know, Tom Walsh has not evaluated them to determine whether or not, you know, the removal would be something that would be warranted at some point. I don't know that. There is not, to my knowledge, a proposal to replace one or both of the shade trees. What I can tell you is that the location of both of those trees is in an area where there is a lot of green, a lot of vegetation growing behind the public sidewalk. And so, you know, my first reaction was, you know, boy, we have to take down these 2 trees. When I looked at the vegetation that was existing in proximity to both of those trees, I didn't think that it was going to be that much of an impact. I would like to make clear that I'm happy to have a conversation with Mass DOT to see if we can replace. The challenge on that side of the street is because of the narrowing of the sidewalk, what you're really losing on that side of School Street is the shoulder where the trees are planted. And as I said, the trade-off is you're getting a wider sidewalk across the road that would allow for bicycle and pedestrian accommodation together. And so I don't know how you would place a new shade tree along that route, because I'm not sure you've got the width of sidewalk that's going to allow you to do that. But I'm happy to have a conversation and see if there are other places within the project limits where we could plant a couple of trees to you know, replicate or to replace the 2 that we're going to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Clancy. I would tell you that the Shade Tree Committee and Tom Walsh are both happy to consult with you when the time comes. In terms of replacing the trees, our general theory is you don't have to replace a tree in the exact same spot. We're looking more to the overall canopy of the town. And as people may not know, we did not replant new trees last spring, the spring of 2020, because of COVID-19. Not clear that we will be able to replace trees in the spring of 2021. So even 2 trees would be important to us that they be replaced at some point in the whole project. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Hello,
Yes.
Ji-Yun Huang, Precinct 8. Question for Mr. Clancy. Glenn, if this article does not pass, then would we lose the $1.4 million investment from the state into Belmont?
Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Moderator, Glenn Clancy, Director of Community Development. Yes, that is correct. The only thing that the state and feds ask of the municipality when a project is funded the way this one is funded is that we secure the right of way. If we're unable to do that, and you know, for better or worse, they dictate what that process looks like. They tell us not only do we need to secure the right of way, but this is how you have to do it. If we are unable to do that, it means they can't advertise the project, and at that point, the funding is in jeopardy. And at some point, I'm sure MassDOT would take their money and move on.
Thank you. Next in line is Sarah Griffith, followed by Kate Bowen. Miss Griffith.
Hi, it's legally Sarah Lemieux now, Precinct 3. Sorry,
Okay.
I should have changed my screen. But I was Sarah Griffith when I wrote the application, so they both show up in places. So Town Meeting Member Precinct 3, I have a couple of points. One is that my oldest child was in kindergarten when we realized that the pedestrian issues along School Street were quite unsafe with vehicles, and submitted this application in June of 2014. And my son is now in 7th grade. So from kindergarten to 7th is how long we've been waiting. As this has gone, everyone's been working very hard on this in the background. Thank you very much to Mr. Clancy and everyone else who's been involved. My second point is that although this was awarded under the Safe Routes to School specifically to the Wellington School, I'd like to note that it will benefit a wider range than that. Clearly, kids walking to and from Chenery, kids from Burbank who want to go through the center that way. It's near the pool, it's near the library, it's near the center. So I'd like to just sort of highlight the fact that this is good for pedestrians and cyclists and general outdoors life in this whole area of town. And the final point I'd like to make that Aaron Pickling just reminded me to make, which is that we do have the support of the Wellington principal, and the administration at the school is on board as well. So I strongly urge everyone to support this project. $1.5 million free for our town improvement is not something we want to lose. So thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kate Bowen. Ms. Bowen, do you want to unmute yourself?
Thank you, Catherine Bowen, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4. I also wanted to rise in support of this project. Similar to Sarah, I had a kindergartner when this project was submitted. There were several elementary schools that submitted for Safe Routes to Schools funding for infrastructure improvements around schools. And both Butler and Wellington were top schools being considered, and the award went to Wellington. And I echo Sarah's comments that it would benefit the surrounding schools and other pedestrian generators such as the parks and pool and library, churches, and town center. I'll just express my support to also say that since I've been on town meeting, since I think 2013, there has always been a shortage of funding for pedestrian infrastructure, and we've slowly made progress. But this is, I believe, a very good use of town funds and a continued use of Chapter 90 funds that we improve pedestrian and bicycling access for all of our residents. So I see it as a very equitable use of funding. And lastly, to speak to the trees, I do think that there's always a need for tree canopy and for those quality of life benefits that it presents and carbon offsets, and certainly should be part of planning, but I wouldn't vote down a project simply because trees needed to be removed and then replaced. But certainly, I think it's beneficial to consider that. I will also say that I hope if the funds don't account for the full 100,000, that those monies that are set aside would continue to go to sidewalk infrastructure improvements as they sit in the community development funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I see hands of people who have already spoken. Let me see if there's anyone else who wants to speak who has not spoken. All right, seeing none, I go back to, I guess Ms. Gates does not. Ms. Griffith, did you want to speak again, or is that just from before?
Nope. No, my apologies. I'm on my iPad and on my computer, so I might have hit the wrong button.
All right.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that completes discussion. I'll see if anybody else wants to. I don't see anybody. All right, we can now go to the vote under the motion under Article 3. So Glenn, if you would add and then open the polls. Vote yes if you're in favor, and no opposed. Polls will open in a minute. Glenn, you want to? Okay, the polls are open. Please cast your votes. We'll give it another 30 seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls. Post a tally. So the final tally is 235 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 abstentions. The town clerk has 1 emergency vote. Oh, the town clerk has 2 emergency votes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I do have 2 emergency votes. It's Ellen O'Brien Cushman, the town clerk. Mary Stearns, precinct 3, votes in Article 3, yes. And Carolyn Bishop, precinct 1, Article 3, votes yes. They will be added if their electronic votes have not been recorded. Thank you.
So Glenn, if you, keep scrolling through. Okay, now let's go back to the total. So we'll add 2. So the final tally will be 235 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Did I say 235? Pardon me, 237 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Great, thank you. We now go to Article 4. These are the CPC, Community Preservation Committee articles. I'll explain what we're going to be doing under Article 4. Elizabeth Dion, who was chair of the Community Preservation Committee, will give a brief opening statement. And then there are 5 projects, and we will consider each project separately. Ms. Dion will read the motion under each project. I'll give the votes. We'll have a brief description from the project sponsors, and then we'll have discussion. So there are 5 separate projects under Article 4. Ms. Dion, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2 and Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Tonight, Town Meeting will consider 3 projects that were tabled due to time constraints at our June meeting. Most important points about each project are as follows. Town Field. The Town Field project is the culmination of 5 years of effort by Courtney Eldridge, to whom I extend sincere thanks. Friends of Town Field did not have to raise any money to support this project, but they raised $25,000, which is a strong sign of community support. Homer House. The nonprofit women's club owns Homer House, but manages it as a public asset, including a preservation easement that prevents future development. Directly across from Town Hall Complex, Homer House is an integral part of Belmont's historic town center. As required for privately sponsored CPC projects, the Women's Club has raised $10,000 to supplement the requested CPC funds. Belmont Village. A major reason for expanding Belmont's permanent community housing stock is to manage town growth. Until we meet the 10% threshold of affordable housing, hostile developers may abuse the state's 40B process to override zoning restrictions, threatening Belmont with dense projects that are disruptive and potentially unsafe. Increasing the town-owned housing supply supports local control of Belmont. Tonight, Town Meeting will also consider 2 off-cycle requests vetted by the CPC through the rigorous special application process, which is outlined in Belmont's CPA plan. The most important requirements are that the need is unforeseen and that failure to fund the project would result in loss of an important opportunity. The police building. Because the police building was in operation when the building committee submitted its original application, it was impossible to ascertain the condition of the stairs. Design and construction teams are currently in place, which means that now is the most cost-effective time to repair the stairs. Integration into the current project should ensure a high-quality outcome. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The June vote regarding emergency rental assistance was not for new funds. Town Meeting merely authorized the Housing Trust to redirect previously appropriated funds. Due to time constraints, the Housing Trust could not have submitted a special application for new funding in June. The CPC believes that tonight's request for additional funds falls within the overall emergency situation created by the COVID pandemic. Finally, October 5th is the deadline to submit preliminary applications for the current CPA funding cycle. Refer to the CPC's webpage or contact a member of the CPC for additional information. We welcome all applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dion. Do you want to read the first motion here
Yes.
under Article 4?
Article 4 moved that the town approve the following community preservation projects for fiscal year 2021. A, that $680,624 be appropriated from the undesignated fund balance for the Townfield Playground and Court restoration.
Thank you. The Select Board, the Warrant Committee, the Capital Budget Committee, and the Community Preservation Committee have all voted unanimously in support of this project. I would now like to introduce Courtney Eldridge to give a brief overview. Ms. Eldridge?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everybody. This is Courtney Eldridge. I am the chair of the Townfield Playground. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I wanted to just lay out what the area of the Townfield is. If you are unaware of where we are, it's located at the intersection of Beach and Waverly Streets. On the left-hand side here, you can see the current setup and what we're looking to rehabilitate. So I would like to note that we're not touching the courts, we're not touching the fields or anything outside of sort of this red T that's listed on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can see a drawing or rendering of where our phase 1 funding landed that you approved last year. So you can see that we have reoriented the courts. Apparently, they should be oriented in a more north-south manner. So we changed the courts around, and as you can see, we're making better use of the space that's available. I know these are very difficult to read images, but I want to just walk you through that top left-hand side is a 2 to 5 play area. I'm looking at the right-hand chart. The bottom left-hand side is a 5 to 12 play area. And then that other area that I'm sure you cannot read unless you're looking really hard at the screen says exercise and parkour. So that would be a new feature that we're really excited to bring to Townfield, which we think would allow teenagers and adults to really enjoy the outside space that we have to offer. Next slide, Glenn. Thank you. This is an eye chart. Elizabeth did mention that we've been at this for 5 years. I wanted to take you through some of the timeline that we have been going through for the last several years. We started this in 2016 by surveying our neighborhood to understand what they did and did not enjoy about Townfield. We have had many community meetings since. Those are designated in blue. You can see that we presented at town meeting twice before. Those are in purple. Earlier this year in February, thankfully before the pandemic really took hold, we achieved our fundraising goal, as Elizabeth said, which we're really excited about. So that was no longer a requirement for public spaces, but we did want to commit and continue moving forward with the fundraising. I'm here today to ask for your favorable vote. And then the top sort of gray bar here for 2021, you can see that if we receive a favorable vote in February, WDG, which is our design firm, will put the project out to bid. And a year from now, if all goes smoothly, we will open our new playground and courts at Townfield. Last slide, Glenn. On the left-hand side in sort of the red box, you can see what our current playground equipment looks like. You can see some rust spots. If you've ever sat on that bench, you likely came away with a splinter. You can see some of the other equipment here that is both too old for 5-year-olds and too young for 7-year-olds. So it's not really ideal for anybody, unfortunately. On the right-hand side in this blue box, you can see some of the design items that WDG and the Friends of Townfield and the community have chosen, which includes slightly more play structures. You can see some balancing equipment, certainly some swings, a twisty spinner thing on the right-hand bottom side, a climber that is slightly less terrifying than the saucers, and then the impossible to read item on the very bottom is what the parkour design might look like. We're finishing that piece up now. I know I went really quickly, but I didn't have a lot of time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Eldridge. Thanks for all your hard work, those and many others. We're now open for discussion of the motion under 4A. I see Emily Peterson. Ms. Peterson.
Hi, thank you for the nice presentation, and I'm very excited for this project. I just wanted to know, again, another tree question, but is the plan going to prioritize maintaining the current mature trees that give shade to the play space? Because, you know, it can get real hot in the summer and it'd be nice to have those kept.
Ms. Eldridge?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Glenn, if you're able to go back to that very first slide, I would love to just point out a couple of items here that I think would help answer the question. Thanks so much. So first, I want to tell you that we did design around the existing trees, and you can see the darker green, fluffier circles here are the existing shade trees. And you can see that there's some benches underneath existing trees, and we do want to keep those. The smoother, lighter green circles are future trees that we will be planting. So you can see that we are acknowledging that shade is important. That was one of the things that we heard loud and clear. And if you drive by on any summer day, you see that this playground is completely abandoned. So we did design around the current trees, and we do plan to plant trees as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Stanton, you're next. Can unmute yourself, Mr. Stanton. Vince, can you unmute yourself? Go ahead and speak. I'm sorry, I thought you knew. Mr. Stanton, can you hear me? Well, we seem to have a hiccup here.
Hello?
There you go, Mr. Stanton. We can hear you.
Sorry, yeah, I had to restart part of Zoom. Since the period.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Vincent Stanton, town meeting member, precinct 3. Since the time when the public input was collected, the town has lost 10 tennis courts at Belmont High School. I wonder if it turns out that pickleball is a fad, would it be possible to convert that space into a tennis court in the future, or does it have any versatility as designed for 4 pickleball courts? Thank you.
Ms. Eldridge.
So this is Courtney Eldridge. I'll take the versatility question, and then Jay, I'll ask you to tee up for the tennis question. So from the versatility perspective, there is a tennis wall that currently exists, and that was one of the features that we heard loud and clear that our neighbors and community really wanted us to maintain. So that is currently in the budget, and we are planning on continuing to have that tennis wall, so the practice wall. The other point on versatility is just a flat surface for children to ride on wheels. Anybody who's been in the sidewalks in this neighborhood knows that they're not always wide enough for bicycles, nor are they even enough for little learners. And we don't have great spaces for riding your bike. So a lot of times you can see little children riding their bikes around the court area. In terms of the tennis question, Jay, I would love to send that over to you to see if you're able to find an answer on whether that could be converted if pickleball is not the future.
I think Mr. Marcotte is not on. Ms. Garvin, can you answer that question? Oh, he is on?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We found him.
Yep.
Mr. Marcotte.
Hi, so Jay Marcotte, Director of Public Works. So right now, what you see, the plan is that these are going to be pickleball court only. I don't believe the pickleball is going to be a fad. I never heard of pickleball, and when I did some research on it, I couldn't believe the amount of participation and communities that were converting old tennis courts into pickleball because of the need. That was about 5 years ago too, when I started looking into that. We could absolutely put this in as a bid alternate to basically have an outline for tennis courts, and then with the pickleball emphasis. I think we did that with all the tennis courts that we have currently. They are striped in a manner that if you wanted to play pickleball, you could just go by the striping that is on the layout of the tennis court, and you could set it up that way. So right now, Vince, what you're looking at is pickleball courts only, but we could look into a bid alternate to see what the cost would be to have, a tennis aspect to it.
Mr. Stanton, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I observed that as someone who's played tennis maybe 20 times this summer, 15 of those times there's been a wait for a court, whereas previously there was never a wait. So there's also a demand for tennis. The second thing is that if the solid wall is left where it currently is, you of course would not have the possibility to convert it to a tennis court. You would just have that hitting surface. So that would, however, the functionality of that wall could be preserved by moving it to one of the sides, maybe the side nearest to Waverly Street. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Stanton. Any further discussion on motion 4A? Seeing none, let's go to the vote. If we put up the voting slide here, Glenn. So we'll be voting on this particular project. Those in favor vote yes, opposed no. The polls will be open in a second. Polls are open. Of the Belmont Media. We'll do another 30 seconds. All right, thank you, Glenn. Why don't we close the polls and display the result? So the final vote is 239 in favor, 5 opposed, 4 abstentions, and I think the town clerk has 1 emergency vote.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Ellen O'Brien Cushman, Town Clerk. I have received an emergency vote from Carolyn Bishop, Precinct 1 on Article 4. She votes yes. If her vote has not been recorded electronically, I ask that it be added to the total.
Thank you. Doing a quick scroll. All right, and the final total then adding the 1 vote, it's 240 in favor, 5 opposed, and 4 abstentions. Great, thank you all. I'll now turn to Ms. Dion for 4B. Ms. Dion,
Mr. Moderator, do I need to introduce myself again?
please.
Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2, Chair, Community Preservation Committee. Article 4, moved, B, that $100,000 be appropriated from the Historic Preservation Fund for the Homer House window restoration project.
And the votes, the Community Preservation Committee, the Select Board, the Warrant Committee, and the Capital Budget Committee all have voted unanimously in support of this project. I'd now like to call on Wendy Murphy, who will make a brief presentation. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mike and Elizabeth. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good evening, everyone. I'm Wendy Murphy, president of the Belmont Women's Club. I'm here tonight to ask you to approve $100,000 so that we can restore and repair almost all of the windows at the historic 1853 William Flagg Homer House, which has been owned by the Belmont Women's Club since 1927. In 1927, the Women's Club rescued the property from destruction. A developer had plans to purchase the home, tear it down, and build 7 house lots on the land. The Women's Club, fairly new at the time, needed a place to have their club meetings, and they purchased the property and have been volunteering ever since to maintain it for themselves and for public use. We are a 501c3. We are a private club, but we welcome everyone. And we raise money for the sole purpose of maintaining the property for the benefit of Belmont, the citizens, and for future generations. The request tonight in terms of restoring the windows is fairly simple. The windows are almost entirely original. A few are a little bit newer than 1853, but all of them need to be repaired. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you. These are just some samples of the problems that need to be repaired. In some instances, the windows have separated from each other and are misaligned. As you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, the exterior portions of the house surrounding some of the most beautiful windows need to be restored. And then if you could go to the next slide, please. These problems with the windows, I think, are the most urgent in the sense that they are both dangerous. Some of them are dangerous to the public, and we do grant the house for public use for a number of different purposes. For example, in the recent past, we donated the space to support the auction for the Foundation for Belmont Education. So they had a lovely dinner there last year. And we do literacy on the lawn. We have children's events in the house. We just want it to be safe for public use. And as you can see, in some instances, the windows are cracked. They're pulling away from the framing. The glazing is peeled off. The hardware is missing. They're not safe. But in addition, they're letting in the poor weather in many instances, which exposes the house to the problem of mold and other weather-related problems and water damage. And of course, it then costs a fortune to heat because the windows are also letting in cold air. On the bottom right, you'll see some bowed windows for our gorgeous stained glass. We have several stained glass windows in the house that have bowed over time. Those need to be repaired and restored. And we've been lucky enough to identify a business in Massachusetts, a woman who has come to the property already. Her company name is Window Woman, interestingly, and she's already identified all of the problems in the property, including the bowed stained glass, and has assured us that she has the capacity to make these repairs and restore the home to safety and beauty. I will just make the point that although we are a private charity and we own the property in our capacity as a private charity, if we ever did sell, which there is no intention whatsoever to do, and as you heard earlier, we have donated the land to an easement, so there's just no intention on the part of the Women's Club to ever sell. But in any case, if it were ever to be sold, the property, of course, to be sold, we would refund the money back to the town. So there are 43 windows that need repair on 3 floors. And the amount that we're requesting would suffice to make sure that all the windows were in working condition and safe for public use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. We now open this up for discussion. town meeting floor? Is there anybody who wants to raise their hand? Yes, I see one. Dan Steve, is that correct? Mr. Steve?
It's Dan Stevens.
Stevens.
Town meeting member, precinct 4. So I'm wondering, what opportunities does the public have to use this space?
Oh,
Miss Murphy?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question. We do a lot of different things in terms of public opportunities to use the space, except for problems associated with public gatherings now and COVID. We host speaker series throughout the year, and we invite the public for free to attend all of them. We have a literacy on the lawn program for children, which invites the public, again, for free to events, usually in coordination with the library and a local bookstore. And the children and families are welcome to participate in all the various aspects of literacy on the lawn, which include book readings and face painting and thematic events surrounding a particular author. We've done Dr. Seuss, for example, and just so many different events inside the house and outside that the public is invited to attend for free. We have donated the space for when requested by the local cable channel when they needed it to support one of their interns who was learning how to do, I'm not even sure what, but work associated with television and video production. In a nutshell, we have loaned the space or allowed the space to be used for any number of public purposes. We allow overflow from town parking related requests, when there's nowhere to park, police and the public and other town employees have parked in our driveway, and we're really happy to be able to provide that service as well. There are just so many different ways we are available to the public. One of the problems has been making sure the public understands that we are open and we give tours, and we're happy to talk about the important history of the house. Very few people know that William Flagg Homer was the uncle of Winslow Homer, the famed American artist who not only lived in Belmont, but also stayed in the house during some of his very prolific years as an artist, and has painted many, many famous works of art and or sketches, both of the house and of people and places around Belmont. And we just love sharing that information with the public and inviting people in and giving them tours. And that's all for free.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Any further discussion on this motion? Mr. Wagner, Mark Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mark Wagner, Precinct 5. I have two questions. The first is that Ms. Murphy indicated that in the unlikely event that the property gets sold, that the town will be reimbursed for this project, and I assume the other projects that have been funded through CPC funds. The first question is there some sort of lien on the property or other truly legal means to enforce that, or is that just a promise? And my second question for Ms. Murphy is, do you know if there are any other projects that you're planning on bringing forward after this one gets done?
Ms. Murphy?
Thank you for the question, Mark. On the first issue of reimbursing in the event of a sale, I know that it is in a contract that we have signed with the town. And though I'm an attorney, not specifically a contract lawyer, I'm sure it's enforceable, and we would sign the same thing with this project. As for potential future needs of the house, I wish I could say I don't think we'll ever come back and ask for any more CPA money in the future. But I don't want to say that because I just don't know. For now, I can tell you that we don't anticipate coming back, and we haven't identified an issue or a problem that we believe would be appropriate for CPA money. We are planning to add parking spaces to the property, which of course would not be appropriate for the CPA grant money. And there are other improvements that we want to do to the exterior of the property with regard to landscaping and just keeping it clear and clean. And again, we don't have a lot of money, so we may be begging people, but we won't be begging town meeting from what, for what I can see in the near future.
Ms. Dion, did you have a comment on the question?
Yes, Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. If George Hall is on the line, he can confirm this, but the way that the reimbursement procedure is enforced is through a deed restriction. So that should be filed with the Middlesex Registry of Deeds. And in terms of future use of CPA money for the house, we are limited to exterior repairs. So there are any number of projects that the Women's Club might want to undertake at Homer House, but there are very few that would actually qualify for CPA funds.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, did you want to comment?
Sure. Whenever the town makes a grant to a private entity using historic preservation funds, we have a grant agreement. We are in the process of obtaining a historic preservation restriction on this property, which would require the grantee to maintain the condition of the property in its historic condition. And where it's appropriate, we have recorded separate lien documents. Whether that's really necessary apart from the historic preservation restriction kind of depends on the impact on the value of the property and how long these improvements can be expected to be good for. I mean, in many cases, ordinary repairs or maintenance. I think that the restriction itself is the agreement that, the benefit that the town gets back is the maintenance of this historic asset, which people can enjoy and which promotes property values throughout the town.
Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Go ahead, sorry.
Joni from the town clerk's office staff. I have a point of order from Anne Marie Lambert.
Yes, please proceed. Ms. Lambert, can you unmute yourself for your point of order? Are you there, Anne Marie?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just pointing out that Mr. Hall did not identify himself as a point of order.
Thank you for that clarification. Let the record show that was George Hall, Town Council. Thank you, Anne Marie. We have 4 people in line. Melissa McIntyre, you were next. Ms. McIntyre? Yeah, Ms. McIntyre, can you unmute yourself or?
Okay, thank you. Melissa McIntyre, Town Meeting Member Precinct 8. Just a question regarding the funds, the $100,000. Do you anticipate that that will cover the cost of fixing the windows in its entirety?
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you for that question, Melissa. Before we set out to ask for the funds, we had one of very few experts in this area come to the property, do a full assessment and give us an estimate. And that's what led us to ask for the $100,000. She convinced us that it would be sufficient to cover all the repairs that I described.
Okay, and I have a follow-up question, which is, I was wondering whether or not the Belmont Women's Club had done any fundraising to try to raise money to help cover the cost as well.
Ms. Murphy.
Very good question. We fundraise hard a lot, and maybe you knew that we last year had a very successful fundraiser called Dancing with the Belmont Stars, which helped us raise over $20,000, which is a lot for us. So the answer is yes. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot of money given that we're asking for $100,000, but for us, raising that $20,000 was a lot. And it was an important part of our commitment to this process because we knew we had to raise $10,000 on our own to just qualify. So we've worked very hard to raise that amount of money. I don't know what to say about fundraising beyond how hard we work in terms of not having the capacity to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's been frustrating for us, and we've submitted grant requests to various historic organizations that provide funding to help with properties like this. And it has been difficult and largely unsuccessful. I'm not sure why. I think to some extent people think because we're a private exclusive club, but we aren't. We welcome everyone. We have men members, women members, youth members. We welcome everyone, but I just think it's been tough to get the right kind of people interested in helping us with the kind of budget we could really use, but we're continuing to work toward that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Judy Fines. Judy, please unmute yourself. Judy, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sorry, my hand was raised in error. Excuse me.
Oh, that's all right. No problem. Next speaker is Tommy Olson. Tommy, do you want to unmute yourself?
Okay, I think I can speak now. I just wanted to speak.
Please introduce yourself, Tommy.
Thomasine Olson, Precinct 5, Town Meeting Member. I just wanted to speak in support of the Belmont Women's Club under Ms. Murphy. She has done a fabulous job of building up this wonderful asset for Belmont. As she pointed out, it is open to anyone who wants to join, men, women. The Belmont Women's Club could use more members because the sole support of this program or of the house comes from membership fees. And then there was supposed to, what Ms. Murphy didn't mention, there was supposed to be another Dancing with the Stars. And of course, COVID happened. So that meant that there was no money for that for this year for additional money. But I believe Ms. Murphy said it was 25 windows, $100,000. It seems to me, based on the fact that you're keeping the wavy glass of the past. This is a historical asset, which is basically a gift from the Belmont Women's Club to the town. And I am just in support of this, and I hope you all will too.
Thank you. The final speaker at this moment is Helen Bakeman. Ms. Bakeman.
Helen Bakeman, Precinct 4. I believe that the Women's Club has applied for and perhaps received previous CPA grants. And I'm wondering if you know how much you have received in the past.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you for that question. We have received a previous $100,000 grant to restore the cupola on top of the house, which we completed and is absolutely gorgeous. We had to make some adjustments to the budget so as not to go over the price, and it wasn't it wasn't easy because it was our first project, but we did it and it looks gorgeous. And that, to my knowledge, that's the only other CPA money we've requested, but we did successfully use the funds to get the project done.
Thank you. That seems to complete discussion under this project. So let's now move to a vote under the motion under 4B. Glenn, if you want to. So the motion 100,000 for the Homer House window restoration project. Polls are open. Yes, if you approve it. No, if you don't. Thirty seconds. All right, Glenn, why don't you close the polls and post the results? The final vote is 237 in favor, 11 opposed, 3 abstentions. Let's see if there are any additional. Yes. No. I don't see any emergency votes. So for the record, then let's look at the final vote. 237 in favor, 11 opposed, 3 abstentions. Thank you, Ms. Murphy, and everyone else. And we now turn to 4C, Ms. Dion.
Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Article 4C, moved that $173,000 be appropriated from the Community Housing Fund for the feasibility study for the redevelopment and creation of new affordable housing units at Belmont Village.
Thank you. And the votes are the Community Preservation Committee, the Select Board, and the Capital Budget Committee are all unanimous. And I think there was a small wrinkle in the wording of the motion for the Warrant Committee. So Ms. Slapp, Lori Slapp, are you here?
Laurie Slapp, Town Meeting Member Precinct 6 and Chair of the Warrant Committee. Committee just wanted to suggest that the Housing Authority be sure that this is spent in order. In other words, that the $100,000 for the architectural and design services not be spent before it's determined that the financial feasibility and the site analysis has been done. So just to make sure that the budget was presented for $73,000 for a redevelopment consultant, $100,000 for the architectural and design services. So just wanted to make sure it worked sequentially, if that's clear.
And the vote was unanimous, correct?
Correct.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Slapp. We'll now turn to Allison McMartin for a overview of this project. Ms. McMartin.
Thank you, Ms. Dion. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Allison McMartin, District Manager, Belmont Housing Authority. So we're asking for funding to conduct a feasibility study on the redevelopment plan for Belmont Village. A little bit of background on Belmont Village. It is a state-funded low-income family housing site. There are 100 apartments on site which are all 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. And it was built in the late 1940s and first occupied in the early 1950s. So there's a need for a wider variety of housing types for elderly and young professionals in town. Moderate to income housing levels are currently insufficient in Belmont. 25% of households qualify for affordable housing. However, less than 7% of homes are affordable. Belmont is 337 units below the mandated 10% required by the state's affordable housing law. One of the major issues at Belmont Village is that due to the age of the apartments, the units are inaccessible to the disabled. Further maintenance issues due to the age of the property are also major concerns. So the timeline for this feasibility study are as follows. Between now and the spring, we'll work with a redevelopment consultant to complete a site assessment, start market research, financial modeling, and work with DHCD and the Housing Authority to develop specifications. The following year, a request for services will be solicited for design services. And sometime between spring 2021 and winter of 2022, sorry about that typo there, the architectural team will work in conjunction with redevelopment consultant to submit conceptual designs, solicit feedback with the town and the residents, and of course the residents who live on site. They would detail construction costs and recommend a final preferred plan. Next slide, please. So these are the budgets, and earlier we mentioned the 2 categories. So the first category is the redevelopment consultant, which is $73,000 over an anticipated engagement of 18 months. And the second portion is the architectural and design services, which is $100,000 over 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMartin. We now open this up to town meeting floor for discussion. Michael McNamara, you're first.
Hi, Michael McNamara, town meeting member, precinct 7. I just want to say I think it's a very good project. I think that the idea is we really need to increase our affordability in Belmont. I know there are a lot of older folks who are downsizing. I know there are a lot of folks who, through no fault of their own, have been disabled, have been injured, and are looking for affordable housing. I know that there are a lot of young families and other groups who want to come into Belmont and enjoy all the wonderful things we have to offer, but just look at the price point of the housing. It's like we can't afford that. So I think it's a very big deal that we're trying to make Belmont more affordable. And as it's been stated, about 25% of Belmont would qualify for affordable housing, especially now that COVID has also knocked a lot of people out of work. I think it's an excellent idea to try to work to invest in increasing our affordable housing. So I just want to say I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Weiss.
Jack Weiss, Precinct 1. Allison, I was part of the warrant committee, and that kind of approved this unanimously, but kind of subject to an understanding. And I just want to make sure your presentation talks about financial modeling. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I just want to get confirmation that before the $100,000 is spent on physical design, that part of the feasibility study will be that there is a financially feasible plan with identified money that would allow whatever project to go forward to be financed before $100,000 is spent on physical design of a theoretical plan that might never have a source of money to bring it to fruition.
Thank you, Jack. Ms. McMartin?
Absolutely. So we would look into all different sources of funding to identify what's feasible and what funding we can bring in for this project before we move on to the design portion of it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vincent Stanton, and that's followed by a call-in person. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Vincent Stanton, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. I think that Mr. Weiss raised a crucial point, and I called a member of the Housing Authority to try to get some better understanding of what the funding sources might be. The State Department of Housing and Community Development offers grants, but they're small grants. The biggest ones that I saw were on the order of $700,000. I couldn't identify federal grants that would pay for this type of housing, although perhaps I be happy to be corrected. But what I did hear was that a large and very successful housing development was constructed in Cambridge with dollars from the stimulus bill that was passed after the Great Recession in 2009, I guess passed in 2010. And I suppose it's possible that Congress would pass another large infrastructure bill next year, or in the next 2 years. That doesn't seem like the type of plan or dependable source that Mr. Weiss referred to. So I would be interested in hearing a little bit more about what is currently understood about available funding sources that could provide in the tens of millions of dollars, because it seems to me that that's the budget that we're talking about. I just would like to qualify all of that by saying that I'm strongly supportive of this concept. I think that making maximal use of land that the town already owns is makes enormous sense. But we do need a funding source. And who? Yes.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
No,
Thank you for the question. So it's hard to answer and give any real hard specifics. The feasibility study is going to identify those different funding sources. So until we start this study, that question really can't be answered in a specific manner.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess I would say, Vincent Stanton, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. Mr. Moderator, may I ask a short follow-up?
Sure.
Yeah. So just, 45 minutes of Googling gets you pretty deep into the grant programs of both the state and the federal government in this area. So I think I'm disappointed that there is not a better informed answer than that. I guess if I could just ask one more question, who will make the decision about starting to expend the $100,000 for architectural and design services?
Ms. McMartin, and please introduce yourself each time.
Allison McMartin, District Manager, Belmont Housing Authority. So after the redevelopment consultant, we would meet with the Housing Authority Board to move on to the second phase, unless town meeting wishes otherwise.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is, it says call-in user. You're muted. Unmute yourself. Go ahead.
This is Donald Mercier, Precinct 8. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Donald. Go ahead.
Yes. I've been looking at, some of us in town here have been around housing for years. I think we ought to have a volunteer group look at this housing. That housing is not that old. And I don't know if the feasibility study is going to come down to want to tear it down. We've already spent $600,000 in electrical plus some other work in there. I think just coming in with some outsider, I think we ought to be looking at some of the resources we have here, volunteer resources to examine that property itself, somebody who has experience around that subject. And I like the idea. I think we ought to, before we start spending the feasibility, we ought to find out if we're going to have the money to go ahead with whatever program comes up. I think you're putting the cart before the horse. And I'm not in favor of this until we get, unless we have a committee, a volunteer committee who has building and architectural experience in town here to look at that project, because a lot of these people do not have that experience that are on these housing committees.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mercier. The next speaker is Tommy Olson, followed by Judy Fines. Ms. Olson.
Thomasine Olson, Precinct 5, Town Meeting Member. Belmont's affordable housing stock is in woeful need of upgrades. During the time that I served as board member on the Housing Authority, it was very obvious to me that the plumbing, if nothing else, needed to be upgraded. You have very old plumbing, old ceramic pipes. I would think that would be the worst thing to have to live with is poor plumbing. So I'm hopeful that this will be a start for the Housing Authority to look at the plumbing as well as the other plans that they have.
I was on mute. Next speaker is Judy Fines.
Thank you, Judy Fines, Precinct 5. I'd like to speak in favor of this article and to respond a little bit to the previous questions about funding. In the past, the Belmont Housing Trust was able to work with private entities to put together funding through the federal tax credit program and other sources to develop the housing at Waverly Woods. And certainly it could be anticipated that there would be public-private participation in any kind of additional housing redevelopment at Belmont Village. I think the notion, as Vince said, of being able to add to our affordable housing stock on land that's already devoted to housing is very, very attractive. And I urge people to support this article.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ji-Yun Wang, followed by Rachel Heller.
Ji-Yun Huang, Precinct 8. Just more big picture questions. I'm not very familiar with Belmont Village. How many units? Who owns it? Is it rent to rent or for ownership? Just more basic questions.
Allison McMartin, District Manager, Belmont Housing Authority. It's state-funded low-income family housing. There's 100 apartments. It's all rentals, and there are 2 to 3 bedrooms. And it's income-based. So there are income factors to qualify to live in the apartments, and you requalify each year.
And they're currently they're being occupied, and we're wanting to upgrade the current existing units there?
That's what the feasibility study will show. Typically with these studies, the consultants and the designers will come back with several different options from rehab to reconstruction.
Okay, and one more follow-up question. Does the rent, does it at all offset the costs of the study and the price of the actual construction?
Mr. McMartin.
Allison McMartin. The answer to that is no.
All right, thank you. We have 4 more speakers in line, and then we're going to, 5 more in line, and then we're going to take a brief break. 6 more. So please be as brief as you can. Emily Peterson, you're next, followed by Rachel Heller.
Hi, Emily Peterson, precinct member, town meeting member, precinct 1. It sounds like there's already affordable units on this property, and I'm a little bit confused. Are we going to be adding additional ones or just improving the current ones? How will this impact our percentage toward the required number of affordable housing? And just, I am in support of this, absolutely. I'm just wondering, is there an estimate?
Ms. McMartin.
Allison McMartin. So it's going to look at both options, but we are certainly looking to add to the number of affordable housing units in the village.
Great.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel Heller, followed by Patrick Murphy. Rachel.
Hi, Rachel Heller, town meeting member, precinct 3. I speak in support of this proposal. Public housing is really a very precious resource in our state. It serves households with the lowest incomes. And this is the hardest kind of housing to build and to support. We are very fortunate to have it. It's also very hard to preserve it and to keep it in good shape. And so redevelopment is an opportunity. The way that public housing, just so people know, is funded is through the state and tenants paying the rent. That does not support the level of funding that's needed to preserve this precious stock. So looking at redevelopment is important. There's bills before the legislature that would also help to provide some funding opportunities. But the first step is really moving forward with proposals and studying this.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. Patrick Murphy, followed by Kate Bowen. Mr. Murphy.
Hi, yes, Patrick Murphy, town meeting member, precinct 8. I just want to point out that it was previously stated that after the 73,000 was spent, then the 100,000 would be used pending town meeting approval. But I don't see anything in here that requires it. So I'm assuming once we vote that the 173 is given and there is no sort of first step using the 73 and then using the 100,000. I was wondering if there's any way that could be added into the bill or into the proposal to maybe require the 73,000 feasibility be set before we go spend the 100,000. Thank you.
Well, from a formal point of view, no, we can't amend it on the floor. But Ms. McMartin, do you want to speak to this again?
Allison McMartin, what we could do, and I don't know if it is official or not, or if that will appease town meeting, but we have our monthly board meetings. And so we could bring this topic up at the time and have it approved by the board before we move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Bowen, followed by Laura Vanderhart.
Thank you. Catherine Bowen, precinct 4, town meeting member. Speaking as a town meeting member and as a member of the Community Path Project Committee, though not on behalf of the whole committee, I wonder if you could explain a little bit about how the process would work relative to the second phase of the Community Path, which has the potential for going through this property or some portion of this property, given that what you're talking about is the feasibility would come in well before phase 2 of the community path, both of which I see as assets to the town. Can you speak to that?
Well, sure. I will call on Miss Dion, Elizabeth Dion, to comment on that. Thank you.
Elizabeth Dion, town meeting member, precinct 2, chair of the Community Preservation Committee. If I can, I'd like to back up a little bit and remind town meeting that we appropriated in fiscal year 2018 $173,000 for the assessment and project redevelopment of Sherman Gardens. So a very similar project. Part of what is driving the request for the current project was a realization looking at Sherman Gardens that the town really needed to think about Sherman Gardens and Belmont Village as a single entity. And the entities that were doing that original assessment, Leonardi Array Architects and E3 Development, came before the Community Preservation Committee on March 11th of this year, before we were shut down by COVID, And what they'd said about Sherman Gardens is that we could do, three things. They could do a moderate rehab, a substantial rehab, or a replacement and new construction. What they realized in terms of the replacement new construction is that for that to be viable, either for Sherman Gardens or potentially for Belmont Village, they needed to increase the number of units, which actually, from the perspective of increasing community housing, is what everybody would like to have happen. Involved in that, though, would also have to be a rethinking of both sites and very close working with the planning board and abutters and neighbors. So this is going to involve a large discussion across the town of Belmont with all of the stakeholders, and that absolutely includes the community path. And so the short answer to Kate's question is yes. The larger answer is that this is just a very preliminary step in a multi-step process that is going to involve a lot of entities. This is going to take some time, but a trip of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So this really is the first step. In answer to the prior question, no, there's no firm commitment that the Housing Authority would not proceed to drawings, even if they can't identify good funding sources. We don't have a firm commitment there, but there is a high level of trust. Gloria Leipzig sits on the Community Preservation Committee and could certainly go back to the Housing Trust and say, gee, we're not happy with this. So there is absolutely oversight that goes on an ongoing basis. The town treasurer does not just sign checks. There are performance benchmarks that need to be met. So even though there's not a strict requirement of not spending the money, I am comfortable that there's ongoing oversight, and more importantly, there are ongoing relationships that really insist that we all act responsibly and in good faith.
Thank you, Ms. Dion. I don't see anybody else in line, so let's go to a vote on the motion under Article 4C. Glenn, if you can. All right, open the polls. Here are the polls. The polling is open. Yes. 30 seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls. Show the tally. The tally is 227 in favor, 17 opposed, 1 abstention. I don't know. I think we have an emergency vote. Bear with us for a second. As I said, we'll take a break here in 1 moment for 5 minutes, just a 5-minute break. Go ahead, Ms. Cushman.
Mr. Moderator, Ellen O'Brien Cushman, Town Clerk. We've received an emergency vote from Mary Stearns, Precinct 3 on Article 4, Motion C, and she votes yes. It will be added to the total if you give me permission, as long as the electronic voting has not included Ms. Stearns.
Thank you. That leaves a final total 228 in favor, 17 opposed, 1 abstention. We'll now take a 5-minute break. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Welcome back. We will resume the special town meeting with Article 4D. Ms. Dion, are you there?
Sorry, yes, I'm here.
Could you read the motion under Article 4D, please?
Yes, Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Article 4D, moved that $100,000 be appropriated from the Historic Preservation Fund balance for the Belmont Police Station exterior stairs.
Thank you. And the votes, the Community Preservation Committee, the Select Board, the Warrant Committee, and the Capital Budget Committee all support this motion unanimously. I'll now turn to Anthony Ferranti, who's a member of the Building Committee, to describe this. Mr. Ferranti, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member Precinct 8, Vice Chair of the DPW BPD Building Committee. As Anne Marie Mahoney stated earlier, we appreciate the broad support we've received from the community and from town government, including this body. We're very pleased with the progress made on all aspects of the police station project to date and look forward to sharing our success at a ribbon cutting ceremony sometime early in 2021. We're here today seeking funds to complete the final piece of the historic restoration. This is really the final piece of the project. The original project, both overall and the CPA funded portion, did not include structural work on the historic front stairs. Only surface level repairs were anticipated at the time. At the time of the original application, we could not accurately assess the extent of the damage while the police were still in the building. And even now, we'll not fully understand the extent of required repairs until the treads are lifted and sufficient material is removed to enable us to assess the substructure. As work has progressed, the committee has learned that the front steps have undergone frequent repair in recent years, and that some of the mortar is bowing, suggesting that there's probably underlying damage. Our $100,000 request represents the worst case scenario in which major structural repair is required. We hope to come in significantly under that figure, in which case remaining funds would be returned to the CPC general funds balance. Now is the time for this. While we had initially intended to defer any major structural work on the stairs, completing this work now ultimately saves money and will result in a better, more complete project. Doing the work later would require disrupting police operations, would damage landscaping, and would remove any surface repairs that we complete now. And I would add, it is inevitable if we don't pass this that we'll have to go back later at some point in the near future. Building committee is eager to complete all required repairs and restoration of the historic structure. We have an excellent design team in place and a contractor whose work to date has demonstrated consistently high quality. We and they are ready to go now. If approved, demolition will start essentially immediately, with a goal of completing the work before the freezing weather sets in, thus enabling completion of the landscaping, which is the final element of our project, in the spring. I ask for your support for this motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. We're now open to discussion of the motion under Article 4D. Anybody? I don't see anybody. So let's go. Wait, I do. Michael McNamara. Or did Mr. McNamara, did you want to?
Michael McNamara, Town Meeting Member Precinct 7. I just want to say I appreciate the need for these funds, and I wanted to maybe two things. One, I wanted to see a little bit more about what the concerns are. Are there concerns that there will be water underneath? Are you concerned that there are significant potential issues with some of the basic framework of the stairs? And I would just like to mention that this is an important project. I clearly agree that we need to preserve the integrity of these stairs for obviously historical and also for safety reasons. But I'd also remind people that of other big items coming down the line, to keep this in mind that we are also spending this money and we're trying to spend it on several different things. So just keeping in mind the cost and benefit of what we're doing here. Thank you.
Mr. Ferrani, did you want to answer his question?
All right, it'll be better once I'm unmuted. Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Vice Chair of the Building Committee. Question was, what do we think might be happening underneath? So the stairs are pretty much the underlying structure on which the stuff you see is built dates back to 1931. And so we expect that water will have infiltrated through the cracks that you see in these pictures, getting underneath the mortar, and that there may be some damage to the underlying foundation for this set of stairs. And only by removing a bunch of, most of the brickwork and the steps will we be able to fully uncover that and fix it. We've also, I might add, we've made improvements that will reduce the amount of water that drops directly onto the stairs, in part by putting snow guards up.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. There is another hand, Joel Samuels. Mr. Samuels, you want to unmute yourself? Are you there, Joel?
Yes, Joel Samuels, Precinct 6. If the stairs are done, will it be necessary to do the railings? And will that be included in the amount or require additional funding?
Mr. Ferrante?
Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Vice Chair of the Building Committee. Yes, the railings will be addressed at that time. There were funds for a mix of that, the current motion, but we also had funds in the previous CPA application that will take care of a number of the surface issues, including the railings.
Thank you.
Lars Kellogg Stedman.
Hi, actually, this is Alex Van Giel. Sorry, town
Okay.
meeting member. That's my husband's name. Who is
All right. Well, welcome.
Town meeting member, precinct 7. I had a couple of questions. One, I was unsure about $100,000 seems like a lot of money to me for a flight of stairs. So how certain are you of that figure and what's it based on is the first question. And second of all is that I'm not sure why would this not have been included as part of the original scope. Seems to me that stairs are easily accessible kinds of things. And so was this sort of just overlooked somehow or what, or is this like an add-on or because the budget couldn't stretch to it for some reason as originally anticipated, or what's the story there?
Mr. Ferrante.
Sure, Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Vice Chair of the Building Committee. So the $100,000 is based on a number of exercises performed by the design and project management teams, looking at a variety of scenarios. So including essentially rebuilding the entire substructure for the stairs. Their current estimates, they think we're going to come in more in the $50,000 to $75,000 range. So we do actually intend to return a fair amount of money, but we do not have the contingencies remaining to not include a contingency in this motion. As for why this wasn't included earlier, I know that when we first started as the building committee, we were actually originally trying to do a very limited project. We ultimately ended up doing a much larger scope. But I know that at the time, certainly I and I think the rest of the committee were not aware of the number of repairs that were required in recent years on the stairs. And we're not aware of the damage that's visible even now. We did not have, man, I'm getting tired. The appropriate, masons around to judge this. And finally, we really don't know until you take those treads you're looking at off, until you take some of the bricks that are on the surface off. And you can't really disrupt the stairs on a functioning police station. And in fact, we can't really do it until we know we have the funds to rebuild them. So whereas we had originally thought we could get away with surface repairs, we have learned that we really can't or really shouldn't.
Thank you. The last hand at this moment is Bob Imberman. Mr. Imberman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Emberman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7. My question is, what is the mechanism to minimize the expenditure to whatever is minimally necessary to address the necessary issues, and not use any more than is absolutely necessary? Thank you.
Mr. Ferrani.
Sure, Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Vice Chair of the Building Committee. So the committee meets regularly. We have an architect and who will actually do all of the drawings. We have an owner's project manager who is intimately involved in the process. Both the architect and the project manager have cost estimators in-house. We have, for other aspects of this, as we've encountered some unanticipated challenges, we have had instances where we've had to put a lot of thought into how we get what we need to do the job right while minimizing costs. And finally, all of this gets reviewed by the building committee.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in line. So let's go to a vote. Oh, she did. Ms. Dion, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I just wanted to make a very quick comment on the process. When Mr. Ferranti came before the building committee, or I'm sorry, before the community president, sorry, let me back up and introduce myself. Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2, Chair, Community Preservation Committee. When Mr. Ferrante and the Police Building Committee came before us, we were concerned about the overall cost, namely that because they couldn't do an investigation, they didn't know what it was, but we actually encouraged them to give us the maximum number. And the reason for this is not that we want to waste any of the town's money, but because of the way this process works, unused funds can be returned to us. But if the building committee ran out of funds, then they would be stuck with an unfinished project. So nobody thinks, and we certainly hope, that this project will not cost $100,000, but we did specifically ask that the building committee give us a worst case estimate. So that is what this is. This is a worst case estimate. We had a similar process with the chimneys for Town Hall in June, where the committee was somewhat concerned that Steve Dorrance had not allowed enough money for repairs. So we always want the worst case scenario, and we would much rather have funds be returned to us.
Muted. Thank you. I see Dan Stevens as the next speaker and no one else behind him. Mr.
Yes.
Stevens?
Dan Stevens, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Could you just show a little bit what is historical or exceptional about the stairs? Because the pictures that we've seen look pretty unremarkable. And it looks like stairs in my neighborhood.
I'm back. Sorry. I can't hear anybody.
Mr. Ferrani, did you hear the question?
I think I heard most of it. The question was, my status was being changed as he was asking it, but I think the question was what's remarkable or historic about the stairs?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Anthony Ferrante, Town Meeting Member, where am I? Precinct 8 and Vice Chair of the Building Committee. So Mike Smith from the Historic District Commission, who is also a Building Committee member, is probably the best suited to answer this. But the architecture of the original building was Georgian. These stairs are a classic Georgian counterpart to that architectural style. And I'm going to completely blank on which building Mike pointed to in Cambridge that has a very similar design and structure. But these stairs are really the shape. I don't know if we have a better shot of the stairs in this. Glenn, if you can back up. Do we have a full shot of this? The way it's kind of terraced like that, and the way the sides are, and if you could see the whole front of the building, it is an integral component of the historic facade of the building. And they are original, or at least that style is original, although many of the materials have been fixed over the years.
Okay. Thank you. John Robotham? Are you there, Mr. Robotham? Are you there, John? Did you want to speak? I can't get it. Mr. Epstein, did you want to say something?
Yeah, let me just add to what Anthony Ferrante said. The house in Cambridge is the Longfellow House. These stairs will look much better after the work is done, but there's another complication, which is that these stairs are not code compliant, and we have all sorts of waivers granted by the Massachusetts Disability Access Commission. So the building needs to have functioning stairs, and the stairs basically have to be just what they are. Otherwise, the waivers that we received would be voided, and that's what's dictating the design.
And it's also in the historic district. So
Yes.
that adds. Let me see if we have any other. John, are you there? Robotham, Mr. Robotham?
Yeah, can you hear me this time?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, John Robotham, Precinct 2. I was just curious if at some point in time, someone could have one slide that gives an accounting of how much we've spent on this police station. It's like every time we turn around, there's a request through another funding source. It would be interesting just to see, you know, how much this project was sold to us initially and how much we've actually spent through a whole variety of sources.
I don't know if Anne Marie Mahoney wants to answer that now, or I'm sure.
Sure. I can't off the top of my head. I don't have all the figures here. We did give an accounting to the warrant committee a couple of months ago. We meet with the town accountant's office once a month and update that. Yes, we have access money starting back at the beginning from the Kendall Fund for the design. We have access capital budget money for the furnishings. We have gone out and solicited grant money and private donations. People have been very generous to us. We have also had to, due to emergency unforeseen circumstances, had to tap into warrant committee funds twice, and that was for soil remediation at the police station. When we give a final report at Springtown meeting, I'm happy to enumerate that. If anyone wants to get in touch with me privately, I'm happy to explain to them. It's all public information. So for the most part, it has been the bonding, capital budget money, private donations, and some emergency transfers from the warrant committee. In addition to that, there has been the CPA funds, which we asked for right at the beginning of the project. We received design money first, and then $788,000 from the CPA committee to do the exterior of the historic portion of the building. Any monies left over go back to CPA. Any monies that we do not use from warrant committee transfers go back as well. When the project is over, which we hope will be in the next few months, we'll be able to do that final accounting, and I'm happy to present that to town meeting or to any town meeting members who contact me.
Yeah, I think that would be, and I know you regularly do that when you complete projects, to give a summary of the funding and et cetera. So
yes,
we look forward to that. Thank you very much. And for the record, that was Anne Marie Mahoney.
Oh, sorry.
Chair,
I'm
that's
sorry.
all right. Chair of the building committee. Everybody
I'm
knows.
like Anthony, you're getting a little tired too.
Yeah, well, exactly. All right. Any other, I don't see any other hands. So let's go to a vote on the motion 4D, police station steps. And Glenn? All right, the polls are open. So 30 seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls and post the vote. So the vote is 227 in favor, 13 opposed, 3 abstentions. 227, 13, 3. Quick scroll through. All right. Thank you. Now we'll go to the final project under Article 4, Rental Assistance Program. Ms. Dion.
Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Article 4E, moved that $100,000 be appropriated from the undesignated fund balance for the Phase 2 Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
And the votes, the Community Preservation Committee, Select Board, and Capital Budget Committee all voted unanimously in support. The Warrant Committee had 13 in yeses and 4 abstentions. 13 yes, 4 abstentions. So now I'll turn to Betsy Lipson to give a brief overview of this project. Ms. Lipson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Betsy Lipson, co-chair of the Housing Trust and Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. The Housing Trust goal is to increase affordable housing in Belmont. We're coming to town meeting with this CPA request because of the unprecedented need the pandemic presents. This special request for $100,000 is to continue the emergency rental assistance program in order to help an additional 25 to 30 households maintain housing stability. In June, town meeting voted to expand the trust's authorized use of a previously awarded $100,000 grant in order to establish this program. And program details are listed on the right side of the slide. These program details will remain the same if this additional funding is approved. Next slide, please. Belmont's 2017 Housing Production Plan points out that 44% of renter households were cost burdened before the pandemic. Now, federal unemployment has ended, kids aren't back in school, and more people may find themselves in need of help. As this graphic shows, non-assisted renters, not those in subsidized or in public housing, are most at risk of housing instability right now. The Belmont program is a very small safety net for our neighbors. And it seems we have just about fulfilled what the program set out to do, provide 3 months assistance to high-need eligible households. Applications are still being processed, but based on current data, our sense is that there's going to be sufficient funds for every complete and eligible household that met the August 14th deadline for the lottery, and potentially for the applicants that were on the wait list. We believe town meeting should support this funding supplement for the following 3 reasons. 1, based on data from the first round of applications, the need for what this program is designed to do is not exorbitant and could be met with the supplement of $100,000 to help 25 to 30 additional households. 2, based on what we've heard, we know there are prospective applicants who are not tech savvy or who do not have ready access to the internet, who didn't have the income loss documentation that was needed by the August deadline. With funds from the supplement, we will advertise the program again and do a drive-through event to help people apply, like in Newton and other towns have done. And 3, unused funds will be returned to the Community Preservation Committee. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the budget breakdown between program costs and program administration costs. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lipson. We now will go to discussion of the motion 4E. Jack Weiss.
Jack Weiss, excuse me, Jack Weiss, Precinct 1. I am going to support this motion or this funding, but I will confess it's something I struggled with for both a short-term and a longer-term reason. One, as Betsy mentioned, the Housing Trust is really there for creation of housing, and this is 3 months of subsistence or support to existing families. It's a very kind of a short-term use. I fully acknowledge and understand the kind of epic economic environment that we're in, and fully understand the need. But even with the additional funds, we're still not meeting the need, the need out there in the community. Everybody recognized even back in the spring, vastly exceeded the available funds that that the CPA can utilize to address this need. And that kind of leads into my longer term concern. And my longer term concern is more of a process concern. I find it very frustrating that the CPC committee does not act as stewards of the CPA money on behalf of the town. As far as I know, they're the only committee that does not recommend, advise, guide town meeting as to whether or not they think that the proposed action is prudent and warranted. My understanding of the CPC committee is they merely say, here is, these projects are available, and these projects, there's money in the pot to fund them. You decide, town meeting. And so, given the fact that the need in the community vastly exceeds the available money that the CPA funds could go towards this use, given the fact that the CPC committee essentially washes their hands of advising and guiding town meeting members as to whether or not they think the dollars are a prudent use of money relative to other future projects that are admittedly unknowable, but clearly there's opportunity costs to these investments, makes it, I think, puts town meeting members like myself in a very difficult position to try to ascertain whether or not any individual project like this one is worthwhile, prudent, and a good use of money. So I'm going to support this, but I partly am supporting it, recognizing that there has to be some limit. There can't be phases 3, 4, and 5 of this rental assistance program because there is real opportunity cost in terms of using these funds to create affordable housing as opposed to provide short-term relief. Thank you.
Mr. McNamara, you're next.
Michael McNamara, town meeting member, precinct 7. I would just like to mention that we did just appropriate $100,000 for stairs and windows. So while I appreciate the concern about the budgeting, I would have to say that I think immediate relief for our neighbors and our fellow humans when it comes to affordable housing should be a high priority. And while I know that we do need to repair stairs and windows, I think this is not unreasonable. And while I appreciate we do need to maybe talk about funding and about how we spend our money, this is a high priority. And I really would strongly recommend that we look at this as a human factor. We're helping human beings, we're helping our neighbors in Belmont. So I would strongly support this and ask town meeting members to consider this when you're also looking at other projects that are not for humans.
I don't see anyone else in line, so let's go to one more. Joe, Mr. Bernard, Joe Bernard.
Hi, Joe Bernard, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member. I'm just going to echo what Mr. McNamara just said, that it's interesting that this comment's coming up on this CPA item and not any of the earlier ones. And just to clarify, for those who might not know, Section 2 of the CPA legislation defines supportive community housing includes rental assistance. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Flood.
Yes, thank you. Tim Flood, Town Meeting, Precinct 5. I just had a question about the estimated administrative cost. Can we expand a little bit on that? It just seems a little high.
Question on administrative costs.
Yeah, it's, I appreciate the question. Betsy Lipson, co-chair, Housing Trust, and Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. We did look, when we sent out the RFP, we purposely sent it to a number of different providers of this. The program administrator that we're working with is also administering a similar program in other towns using a similar rate. And there now are, as far as I know, about 60 of these in towns across the state. My co-chair, Rachel Heller, could provide a more updated figure on that, I'm sure. And the rate is about the same. So I would actually say it's a lot of work that we're getting out of them for that rate.
Thank you, Ms. Lipson. I don't see anybody else in line. So let's go to a vote under Article 4E. Pardon me? Oh, just a minute. I don't want to have missed somebody. Yes, there is one other hand, excuse me. REMSR.
Which, Mr. Moderator, stands for Robert E. McLaughlin. Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin, welcome.
Thank you. Precinct member of town meeting member of Precinct 2, member of the Warrant Committee. You may recall I spoke against the proposal that was before us in June, which was to repurpose $250,000 that was previously set aside to provide permanent low-income housing. When that happened to pass with a resounding standing by voting against it. When I saw this $100,000, I wanted to approach this with an open mind, and there's been a lot of change in circumstances. No longer is there $600,000 weekly enhancement to unemployment. No longer is there a $1,200,000 single payment. The pandemic is longer and deeper than I think any of us ever realized. And the eviction moratorium may very well around. But on the Warrant Committee, I was one of the 4 that abstained. I thought I'd think more about it, listen tonight, and I am still going to vote against it for 4 reasons. First of all, as I understand this, although the money was appropriated in June, they haven't spent a penny yet. They still have $250,000 in the bank. I don't know what the burn rate is, but I hear them say they have to go out now and re-advertise, apparently, so that it's of a concern to me, do they really need this extra $100,000? What I was hoping for was a track record that we could see where was this money spent. Was it indeed make any kind of a significant impact in the pain that the COVID pandemic has caused for all of us, including people who are in need of assistance in their house. As we all know, it's really a federal problem. It needs trillions of dollars. This is $100,000 that we don't have, and you know, is it going to make any significant impact? I think that's along the line of what Jack was talking about. And finally, we have an override coming, and I think it's very important that we don't send the wrong signal. That we do send a signal that we are good stewards of other people's money. So that I'm going to vote against it. And I'd be happy to vote to restore the fund to help us get permanent low-income housing. But to put a Band-Aid on this little problem with $100,000, I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, this is Betsy. I'd like to respond.
Ms. Lipson, go ahead.
Sure. Betsy Lipson, co-chair Housing Trust. And Bob, I appreciate your concern. I think I didn't really have enough time in my presentation to bring everyone up to speed on where we are with this program. It is not the case that we have 250 sitting around that we need to market again to try to disperse. So there were 69 applications that came in by the deadline of August 14th. There is a pretty intensive process to demonstrate eligibility of income loss due to COVID. So there are a number of documents that must be provided, and then our program administrator goes through them one by one to ascertain eligibility. That's a long process. At this point today, 37 households have been have fulfilled the application requirements and proved an eligible application. So we're getting checks out for October 1st with the amount of about $135,000. We still have 17 more applications that our program administrator needs to go through carefully. And we have 9 people on a wait list that we're hoping to also serve.
Thank you, Ms. Lipson. Donald Mercier. Are you there, Don?
Yes, I am. This is Don Mercier, Precinct 8. I go along with the previous speaker. You know, when you look at $11,000 or $13,000 to administer the paperwork for those few people, I think is rather expensive. And this is nothing more than another housing program. We have plenty of housing programs that we should be that administers this low-income people. The other thing that people don't realize, which was brought up, the federal administration, Congress and the Senate is working on a program to continue this extra money every week, and they're talking about $400 or $500 a week to take them into January. So I'm along with the previous speaker. I don't think we should be doing this, and I think it's a sidestep from what that housing trust is supposed to be working on, not administering rental housing. I think we have plenty of rental housing programs that should take care of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker at this point is Rachel Heller. Ms. Heller.
Hi, Rachel Heller, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3, and co-chair of the Housing Trust. I want to say thank you to all the comments on the need for permanent housing. You are right. That is the ultimate solution to help people be stable through good times and bad. Everyone will have an opportunity on Wednesday to really expand permanent affordable housing. And I assure you the Housing Trust will be back lots in the future with more thoughts and proposals on how to expand affordable housing. In response to the questions about this program, it is the federal government is greatly needed, and they absolutely need to step in. But the state and communities are doing a lot right now while the federal government hasn't responded with the need to meet the need. And so we need to buy time. We need to help people be stable. We need to help property owners be stable. It's important for people's lives. It's important for our public health. It's important for our local economy. So I urge everybody to vote yes on this.
And Elizabeth Dion, I think you wanted to speak to this.
Yes, Elizabeth Dion, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. I want to thank both Jack and Bob for their comments. It's important that we have full and fair and open debate on these matters, and it's important that the community, that the Preservation Committee be challenged and that project sponsors be challenged. So I'd like to speak to 2 things. First of all, the rental assistance program. To be frank, if we were setting up some kind of a permanent rental assistance program, I would vote against it because we don't have enough money. And I do think that permanent housing is the higher priority. I actually think the Housing Trust likewise considers it a higher priority. I think we're considering this a one-time emergency event. So in the future, I very much plan to support permanent housing, and I won't support rental assistance precisely because we don't have enough assets. Jack raised a larger issue, which is whether or not the Community Preservation Committee prioritizes projects or just vests them for qualification under CPA. I find myself in a slightly tricky position in that I'm in a minority view on the committee, and yet I represent, as chair of the committee, some truly outstanding, thoughtful, hardworking colleagues. So I want to be really clear that I'm not speaking for them. I do have concerns about whether or not the CPC does enough to evaluate the quality of projects. I fully endorse all the projects that are before the committee, but I'm also concerned because we have some major big ticket items coming up: the Community Path Phase 2 design funds, high school playing fields, and we need to accumulate enough seed money that if we do come through with reasonable designs or redesigns for Sherman Gardens and Belmont Village, that we have sufficient funds on hand to leverage grants or other means of investment. So this isn't the time to address this. Maybe at the next regularly scheduled town meeting, there'll be a little more time to educate town meeting on the role it plays versus the role the CPC plays. But I would just let town meeting know that you do have a very important role in evaluating these projects, and that your input and your votes are very important.
Thank you. We have two remaining speakers at this point, Joe Bernard and Mike Crowley. Mr. Bernard.
Thanks. I just want to, again, clarify facts real quick. Somebody made the comment that we're spending money we don't have, and maybe for new town meeting members, it's important to know that community preservation funds can only be spent on community preservation projects. So this doesn't come out of the general fund, which I agree we need more funding there. So based on the financial statement that was sent out in our town meeting packet before this meeting, even after all of the funding that we've already appropriated for CPA so far this meeting, there will be $855,000 left in the CPA fund balance, and this is $100,000. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Mike Crowley.
Hi, this is Mike Crowley, town meeting member, precinct 8, and I'll just keep it brief. If a hurricane blew through Belmont and the federal government failed to meet its responsibilities to provide emergency assistance, I don't think that we would be sitting on our hands if we had the capacity to act. And really, you know, I regard this as a similar circumstance. The pandemic, it's akin to a hurricane, and we have people in our community who are hurting and need assistance. And it's true, the federal government has a responsibility, and it's failing to meet that responsibility. But at the same time, the state has given us the authority through the CPA Act funds to provide rental assistance. That authority is available to us. And so I would just urge my fellow town meeting members not to sit on our hands, but to help our neighbors who are in need.
Thank you. Aaron, you're next.
This is Aaron Picklingus, town meeting member, precinct 6. I call the question.
The question has been called, but to terminate debate, that requires, is there a second? Does somebody want to raise their hand for a second? I see plenty of seconds. All right. So now we'll have a vote. This requires 2/3 to terminate debate. Glenn, are you with us here on a vote? Okay, motion to terminate debate on Article 4E. We're prepared. And the polls are open. This takes 2/3 vote. If this passes, we'll go immediately to the vote under Article 4E. Oh, I see. PMC? No. Okay. 30 seconds. All right, let's close the polls on the question of terminating debate. Show the tally. Vote is 229 in favor, 12 opposed, 2 abstentions. Obviously more than 2/3. Thank you. We'll now go to the vote. Why don't you just scroll through that very quickly there, Glenn, because I want to get to the vote. All right, let's get to the vote under Article 4E. So the polls are open. This is on the proposal, the rental assistance proposal itself. If you favor it, vote yes, opposed, no. Put this. "30 seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls and post the vote. All right, the final vote is 221 in favor, 20 opposed, 2 abstentions. That ends the Article 4, all 5 motions. Thank you very much for all of your patience and all the work that's gone into this. Take a quick scroll.
2 emergency votes from before.
There are 2 emergency votes from before. Ellen, would you read those?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I received 2 additional emergency vote team contributions. One on Article 4, Motion A from Christine Doyle, which arrived just as the vote was being called. She voted yes, Christine from Precinct 1. And that would be added if her electronic vote has not been included. And I ask that Richard Nick Candy from Precinct 7, who voted on Article 4, Motion D, as in David, voted yes. And I'd like to have his vote added also if his electronic vote did not get included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellen. We now go to Article 5. And Mr. Epstein, do you want to read the motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 5, Water Enterprise Fund, Purchase of Police Modular Units. Moved that the town transfer $320,000 from water retained earnings for the purchase of modular, that's to say trailer units, currently being leased by the town for temporary police headquarters located at 40 Woodland Street, Belmont, and said units to be used for DPW and water department purposes only, unless pursuant to a written lease or memorandum of agreement approved and signed by the select board.
And the votes for that, the select board, the warrant committee, and the capital budget committee all vote unanimously in support of this motion. Mr. Epstein?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roy Epstein, Chair of the Board of Selectmen. Let me back up for a second to explain where Article 5 came from. I assume people are aware that with the work going on at the police station on Concord Avenue, the police have a temporary headquarters on what's actually water department property, but it's in the general DPW area beyond the end of Woodland Street. We leased modular units for this purpose when the project started, and we got actually a very good deal on extremely good modular units. And the site was prepared with plumbing facilities, heating, good foundations. They're protected, they're all weather. And the interior is essentially a high quality office space. When you're inside the modulars, I don't think you're aware that you're inside modulars. It feels like you're in a good building. And that's been the police station for the last year or so. It turned out this spring that through a combination of events, certain things came together. The construction was going well, and we were trying to find ways to reduce the number of lease payments because we pay a monthly lease on these modular units. It seemed that if we could, there was a way to have a win-win-win situation where I think because of COVID, the owner of the modular units was willing to sell them to us at a very good price. But there was a sort of a time constraint of doing it fairly soon. If we could buy them, we would eliminate some lease payments that would otherwise be due. And on the original plan, when the work was done, we would have to pay $25,000 to get the modular units removed. But if we bought them, we wouldn't have to pay the $25,000. The modulars would sit where they were. On consultations with other departments around town, it turned out that we are quite space constrained, particularly in the Homer building. And the additional office space represented by the modulars would be a very valuable addition, where DPW in particular could relocate some staff and free up space for the Homer building for other purposes that was actually sorely needed. And all in all, it seemed extremely advantageous to do this. We would get high quality modular office space at a good purchase price, and we would avoid expenses on the lease payments that would actually be unnecessary if we bought them. And that is the reason for bringing Article 5 to you tonight, because this is what's necessary to make that purchase possible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Epstein. We now have discussion on the motion under Article 5. Mr. McLaughlin? Are you there, Bob? Can you unmute, Bob? Or
Can you hear me now?
yes.
I did not mean to raise my hand.
Okay.
But I do support this very much now that I have, for all the reasons Roy says.
All right, thank you. Joe Samuels. Mr. Samuels? We have 5 people in line, just so you
Okay.
know.
Joel Samuels, Precinct 6. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like a good deal. The only question would be, what is the estimated life of these modular units? Is it several years or longer?
That's a very good question.
Right. Introduce yourself, please.
Sorry, Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board and member of the DPW and Police Station Building Committee. These modulars, when we obtained them, were not brand new, but I would say they were gently used. They actually had been installed as a temporary police headquarters in Orleans on the Cape, and they were moved to Belmont. The story with modulars is that they last pretty much as long as you take good care of them. So we can't say for sure, but we're expecting to get at least 10 years and possibly 15 or more if they're properly cared for. Of course, if you abuse them, they won't last that long, but it seems that the useful life for the money is excellent.
Donald Mercier, you're next. You there, Don?
Yes, I am. One of the things I didn't.
Don, introduce yourself, please.
Oh, Don Mercier, Precinct 8, town meeting member.
Thank you.
One of the figures that was an argument to us is if we didn't buy this, how much, what's the lease payment per month and how many more months do we have on that? Because that's going to offset this, that with the $25,000 for removing them would give us a more true figure against this $320,000. What is that figure per month?
Mr. Epstein, do you know that?
Roy Epstein, Chair of Select Board and member of the DPW Police Station Building Committee. I think the answer is we come out about $50,000 ahead because by purchasing them, we eliminate the $25,000 removal fee. And we estimate we're going to save 3 or 4 lease payments, and the lease payments are $7,500 a month.
Okay, 7,500. So how many lease payments did you estimate?
We expect to save 3 or 4 lease payments.
So in 3 or 4 months, the policemen are going to be out of those units?
Well, Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board, as Anne Marie Mahoney explained in her report, we expect the police station work to be done by the end of the year.
Okay, so you expect them moving in 3 or 4 months?
We hope so, yes.
Okay, so that's close to $50,000, and you add the lease payments plus the removing costs. So that $50,000 would be off this $320,000, or is that the net amount?
That's the final question, Donald. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Epstein.
The 320 is the net amount.
Okay.
But by doing that, we are. If we wanted these trailers, they would cost us $320,000 at the end of the year also. But by buying them now, we own them and we can eliminate those future payments.
I see that Steve Dorrance has raised his hand. Mr. Dorrance, do you want to bring some light here?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, great, thanks. Steve Dorrance, Director of Facilities. Let me see if I could add a little perspective that might be helpful. So in my role, obviously, I have a perspective on all of the space in town. And I can tell you there is a shortage of office space, a shortage of storage space, whether it's on the town side or the school side. There's just a dearth of space. So this space could be very, very helpful. In terms of the useful life, the construction techniques of the trailers are dimensional lumber in the walls, just like you'd find in a lot of wood frame buildings, VCT tile on the floor, just as we have, the same grade, same quality, as we have throughout all of the buildings, not all of the buildings, but many of the buildings, the schools in particular. Thirdly, instead of sheetrock being on the walls in the modular, the sheetrock has a coating on it that's a vinyl coating, which is much, much more durable than painted sheetrock. And the last thing I'd ask you to consider is the cost per square foot. I don't remember how many square feet off the top of my head, but I once looked at the square footage cost, and I think it was in the 160 a square foot when I looked at it some time ago. If we were to build new today, it wouldn't be unusual to be at $400 a square foot. So on a per square foot basis, these are a real, quote, bargain for us. It is another $320,000, but we need the space. The useful life is measured in decades. At a minimum, I would say 25 years at least with these buildings. They're, although they're considered trailers, they're on a very, very heavy steel frame. And that steel frame is bolstered with a very good solid foundation on adjustable jacks. So I don't believe they're moving, and they're tied down as well. So for whatever that perspective's worth, thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. I now go to Ariana Goodman-Belcati.
Yes, Ariane Goodman-Belcati, Precinct 3. I would like to give my support to this article, but while it appears to offer flexibility, the wording in essence gives the select board carte blanche in determining future uses for these trailers. I live on Woodland Street. The trailers are situated between the light department on Prince Street and the water department at the end of Woodland Street. And the residents on Woodland Street want town meeting to be aware of their concern about the overuse of this dead-end private way that is used as an egress for the water department. It became a paved road in 1964 when the water department bought the land abutting Woodland Street, but the condition has long since deteriorated to the point where the road has now failed. Over the years, the residents have been subjected to progressive, substantial increase in the use of the road by non-water department vehicles, including but not limited to subcontractors for the road repaving program in the summer, highway and light department vehicles that actually have their own egress at C Street and Prince Street, respectively. Vehicles and trucks going to the DPW site for refueling, private contractors coming after hours to dump items in the scrap metal container, and the police for the last 13 months and counting. There are currently 4 egresses to the town yard, but Woodland is the only private way of those 4. And having just approved Article 2, we know that private ways legally can't be structurally maintained by the town. But unlike Carlton Circle, on our private way, town vehicles account for the lion's share of use. And these are also the heaviest vehicles causing the most wear and tear. And with the police relocation to the trailers, we have documented over a 50% increase in traffic in and out of the water department site. During recent discussions between town officials and the Woodland Street residents, we brought it to their attention that there was police traffic on Woodland Street, both cruisers and officers' personal vehicles, even though residents had been reassured that police would be using the newly created egress through Belmont Village during the relocation. But that has not been the case. And this article really has become our breaking point. We are not asking town meeting to make this a public way. We are not even asking for it to be repaved. We are asking for more transparent, collaborative communication with town departments so that we can protect our quality of life without resorting to legal action against the town. And while we have confidence that the current select board will support that, we have no guarantees for future boards. Abutters were not informed that this was being proposed until it was Article 5 on the warrant, and our input was never solicited. So before I can support this article, we need to hear the town departments offer their commitment tonight that only the water department vehicles and the water department employee personal vehicles will use Woodland Street as an egress, and that your commitment will be earnestly enforced by the town. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board.
Yes.
I met via Zoom with Woodland Street residents a couple of weeks ago, and Patrice Garvin and others from the town were on the call to discuss the issues that Ariane just described for you. And we committed to revisiting the whole traffic pattern through that area. And I can tell you that we have a meeting scheduled at the end of the month because of town meeting and the fact that Patrice Garvin is taking a well-deserved vacation right after. We are having that meeting, I believe, on September 30th. But we will, we committed to studying the traffic pattern and doing what we could to reduce the use of Woodland Street and balance out the 4 access points to DPW. I would have to turn to either Patrice or George Hall because I honestly do not know that we could commit to water department vehicles only using Woodland Street. That is something that I just can't answer at the moment, but I can commit to this board acting with the residents in good faith to minimize the disruption caused by living next to a busy DPW facility. But Patrice, is there anything you can add at this time to the discussions that we had?
Sure, thank you. Patrice Garvin, Town Administrator. I just want to reiterate the points that Select Board Member Hall Epstein pointed out. We definitely committed to, in that meeting, to working with the residents to address their concerns. I would say that we heard their concerns, and we want to make sure that we work with them to solve some of the problems that they're seeing on that road. And in regards to the question to George, I don't know if we can commit to, emphatically stating and tying to this motion, no use of that road. I don't know the legal ramifications of that. That is a question, I believe, for George Hall. We could take offline. George could try to answer that question tonight, but I will say again that we have committed to working with the residents on Woodland Street. This isn't the first time an issue has come up with Woodland Street. It had come up, I believe, some time ago when the police station was first thinking about temporary relocating there. So multiple conversations have happened in the past with Woodland Street and will continue.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sarno, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Judith Ananian Sarno, Precinct 3 Town Meeting Member. I'm in a butter also to the DPW, and I am speaking to support this article. I just want to add that as well as what Ariane Belkadi just said, it's a large neighborhood. The neighbors want some assurances and are concerned that the hours of the current and future, whether it's DPW parks, whatever is housed there, will be confined to normal business hours. Again, I'm in support and voting yes.
Thank you. There are 8 people in line. Anne Marie Lambert, you're next.
Anne Marie Lambert, Precinct 8, Town Meeting Member. I'm in favor of this article, but I am very concerned to hear that there have been conversations in the past, for instance, when the police relocated, and yet there's still a lot of police vehicles. And so these verbal assurances have not stuck in the past. I would suggest, given the wording of the article, that any memorandum of agreement for a different use than the water department include some kind of terms and conditions around not using the private way, just like the Carlton Circle as compensation for hard use of their street got it repaved. If it's the town that's making hard use of the street, then there's an obligation there, in my opinion, but at a minimum, I would say that any memorandum of agreement for a non-water department use, even a DPW use, I would strongly urge the select board to put in writing that one of the 3 public access points be used instead of the private way, which seems to be the predominant use right now. Thank you.
Thank you. The Buckley family.
It's John Buckley, Precinct 2.
Go ahead, John.
I call a question.
Mr. Buckley has called the question. So we'll now turn to just so people ask me to tell them when the question's called, how many are in line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people are in line, including 5 new people and 1 who has already spoken. So now we're going to vote on whether we terminate debate or not. So let's go to a vote on that. Oh, sorry, I neglected to ask for a second. Is there somebody want to raise their hand for a second? Yes, all right. Thank you. Plenty of seconds. We'll now go to the motion to terminate debate. Polls are open. This requires 2/3 majority. All in favor to terminate debate, vote aye. Opposed, no. Thirty seconds. All right, let's close the polls and see what the vote is there, Glenn. $177 in favor, 52 opposed, 3 abstained, obviously more than 2/3. So debate is terminated on Article 5. We'll now go to the main motion under Article 5. Quickly go through the. All right, now we'll go to the main motion. All right, we're now going to vote on the motion under Article 5. Polls are open. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, no. Thirty seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls. Display the result. The result, 211 in support, 19 opposed, 5 abstention. It obviously prevails. Do a quick scroll, and then Articles 6, 7, and 8 are, I think, quite straightforward. So let's see if we can wrap those up and call it a night. I think we have one emergency vote, which we'll formalize. Ellen?
Mr. Moderator, Ellen O'Brien Cushman, Town Clerk. On Article 5, Ann Jansen, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member votes yes. I request that her vote gets added if an electronic vote has not been recorded for her.
Thank you, and that would be a yes total of 212. Thank you. Now move to Article 6, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roy Epstein, Chair of the Select Board. Article 6, transfer remaining water capital balances. Moved that the town transfer $137,641.09 from prior year water capital projects available balances as listed under Article 6 of the special town meeting warrant to the water main capital project. And let me just say very briefly, this is just an accounting cleanup to straighten out the books for the end of the year.
And the Select Board, Warrant Committee, and Capital Budget Committee all have voted unanimously in support of this motion. Is there any discussion on Article 6? Seeing none, let's go to a vote on Article 6. So now we'll open the polls. Polls are open. Thirty seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls and post a result. The final vote is 224 in favor, 2 opposed. Don't see any emergency votes. Quick scroll. All right, we'll now go to Article 7. Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 7, transfer remaining sewer capital balances. Moved that the town transfer of $25,581.20 from prior year sewer enterprise capital projects available balances as listed under Article 7 of the special town meeting warrant to the special town meeting warrant. Sorry. To sewer enterprise retained earnings.
And I think there's an extra of the fifth word that we will delete.
Yeah, that threw me, yeah.
So we'll delete that. The votes, unanimous votes from the Select Board, Warrant Committee, and Capital Budget Committee.
Yes, and this article is exactly like the water capital balances, except it applies to sewer.
And any comments? Seeing none, let's go to a vote under Articles, the motion under Article 7. Glenn, there we go. Polls are open. 30 seconds. All right, Glenn, let's close the polls. Display the tally. The vote on Article 7, 228 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstain. It's adopted unanimously. We don't need to scroll because we know unanimous is unanimous. So now we're going to Article 8. Thayer Dunham.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Dunham.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Move that the town amend section 1.5.4 of the zoning bylaw, non-conforming single and two-family residential structures as printed in the special town meeting warrant.
And both the select board and planning board voted unanimously in support. Do you want to give a very brief description, Ms. Dunham?
Yes, Thayer Dunham, town meeting member, precinct 5, member of the planning board. In 2019, town meeting adopted a revision to the zoning bylaw for the single residence B zoning district. It was brought to the attention of the planning board that the article, as we had passed it, had some ambiguous language that should be changed in order to clarify the intent. And this article provides that new language.
Is there any discussion? Obviously a cleanup article. All right, let's go to, I don't see any, let's go to the vote. To Article 8. Glenn, yes. All right, the polls are open. Please vote. Right after this, we will adjourn until Wednesday evening. Thirty seconds. All right, let's close the polls. Display the tally. Final vote, 228 in favor, no one opposed, 3 abstentions. So that closes the business for this evening. Let's show the motion to resume on Wednesday. I'll read this. Move that the special town meeting be adjourned and continued to 6 p.m. Wednesday, September 23, 2020 via remote access. I'll assume we have unanimity. Pardon me? I guess moved a little too quickly. 2 people have. We all set? All right. So I've read the motion on adjourning continued to Wednesday. I will take unanimous consent on this motion unless somebody objects. Seeing no objection, the motion is adopted. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, September 23. Thank you all very much. Thanks for your good comments. Thanks for your patience.
Good night.
Night.